Yes, a meeting today in Kiev, a secret meeting. As Norwegians tend to have that are not so secret. So the Norwegian defense minister was there, and the chief of defense, our general, top general, and the newspaper wrote that the defense minister gave a really high quality liquor to Resnikov, and he was really happy about it. It's called akivit. But there was one more thing. They gave something else. What was it? Oh yeah, 2 complete NASAM systems in addition to what they promised before. So the Ukraine will have even more NASAMs. They will be swimming in NASAMs. They will have an Iron Dome, I hope, very soon, kind of. So for people who are wondering what these units, what a complete unit is, and Norway will deliver it together with America, with the US. So one unit, apparently, it's 9 ramps, each with 6 missiles, AMRAAM, and 4 radars, 4 control centers, cameras, and a little thing. So it's a full package of system. So 2 of those. So that's very good news. I'm not sure when they will be delivered. There are not so many lying around anymore that can be easily moved. So good news for Ukraine, although it will be a little bit further down the road, probably.
It is an awesome good news, especially because 4 months ago, Secretary of Defense, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, assessed that the NASAMS, which were already in Ukraine, had a 100% success rate in intercepting Russian missiles. So, yeah, having more of them, that would be awesome. Thank you for this piece of news. Indeed, I didn't had it. I didn't know about it. So thank you very much for bringing it.
It's just happened a couple of hours ago. So yeah, no, it's very good news, and they really need it. But the problem is it's just not coming fast enough. And of course, they need the other defense, like the Patriot system, because these missiles, they don't really take down ballistic missiles. They take down cruise missiles and drones and stuff like that. But they're very good. It's very precise. But it's very, very important for them to have this system. So I'm very happy that they're getting the system. It's really good news. But like I said, it cannot happen fast enough, like everything else.
Well, it is what it is, and we should be thankful they come. I know it's not what we wanted or how fast we wanted. Last year, when we discussed about training pilots for F-16, everyone said, "No, the war will be over well before the pilots will be trained. It takes months to train them. There's no need." Well, it would have been great um, if the training would have started last year, right? So
yeah. So apparently, the Norwegian Norway will train the guys they will train the Ukrainians also. So it's very nice.
thank you, Per. Thank you very much. Leo, do you have a question for Per?
Yeah, I have a question. As I can see, thank you for update, Per. As I can see from Norway, actually, couple of months back in the time, a Norwegian journalist discovered that Russian Orthodox churches building was built in front of Norwegian NATO naval bases. Moreover, a couple of weeks later, Russian oligarch on his yacht was spying on Norwegian NATO base. Why Norway?
Leo, we lost you. You lost audio. I will recycle you, and you should request again. All right. So, so I think his question was regarding the previous incidents in Norway, if I understood correctly. But I don't think they are related.
No, I mean, I read something like this in the newspaper that they are buying real estate close to naval. Actually, in Bergen, where I live, there are some houses close to the base. It's a naval base. I don't know, NATO base. I guess we're members of NATO. It's a small naval base, I guess. But yeah, we have to be very careful with the real estate. I mean, legally, I don't know how much we can do. I mean, if they buy the property legally, then I'm not really sure how to handle that. But we need to be careful with the oligarchs or people that are cooperating with oligarchs or the Russian government. We need to be careful with our intelligence and find out who is actually living close to these bases. It's actually a good point. I don't know how they're going to do it, but they have to do something.
But maybe it's common Norwegian people need to raise this point, because Norway is democracy and it's all about common people, right? Maybe they need to raise the point about banning Russian Orthodox Church as the organization because it's links to KGB. Maybe you issue temporal ban from on entering all Russians into your country, because believe me, seriously, what is happening in Ukraine is just the beginning. They have really goal to occupy.
Oops, lost you again.
Yeah, we lost him again. So yeah.
So, but I understand. So, I mean, if the name, if the buyer and it has even the even the name Russian in it, we will watch it extra carefully. But the problem is not the obvious ones. It's I think we can take care of that. But it's the hidden ones that that buy under pseudonyms or a pseudo or like what do you call, like sister companies or something, that we need to be careful anyway. The obvious Russian organizations, of course, it's clear, but they can hide anywhere.
There were numerous cases reported, especially from the Nordic countries, in which people were proved to be Russian assets when they came from other countries. So they left Russia, they went to South America, and after that they kind of helped the motherland, right? And they were discovered and sent back home.
Yeah, I think it was a professor. I think it was in northern Norway, University of Tromsø. I'm not really sure what they proved or how much, but it was sufficient suspicion that he was at least stopped what he did. I'm not sure the damage he did or what actually happened. I haven't followed that up. But that time is over, especially when it comes to Russia. We've always tried to have a good relationship with Russia because we have a border with them. So we always try to have the best possible relationship, but I think that's gone down the toilet now. There's no way back unless Russia gets down on their knees and begs forgiveness and pays reparations, gets out of Ukraine. All the things to repair and to show that they have changed. I doubt that they've changed. They will not change unless they're forced to be changed. So no, the time is over. We don't trust the Russians, or we're probably a bit more skeptical to other countries as well now. But yeah, new times.
Well, what we said time and again was the fact that Ukraine has to defeat Russia on the battlefield. They have to regain their territories in order not to have any trace of doubt. It's going to be awesome if Russia decides tomorrow to throw their arms down and stop fighting, because that will mean less Ukrainians will die. But I'm not gonna hold my breath on that chance. So yeah, I want to welcome up M as a co-host. Good evening and thank you for coming.
Thank you, Anda. You're welcome. Good evening, everyone. It's 9:15 from Cairo, and I'll be your co-host until we have more co-hosts. How is everyone doing this night?
We had a very interesting discussion on Georgia with Alex Kaftelli. He explained a lot of the context and background of the current situation in Georgia, and Per just finished to bring up the fact that Norway will deliver two NASAMS systems, complete systems, to Ukraine. Apparently, they had a meeting in Ukraine today, and this is the result. And we were celebrating, not very loudly from my part, but enjoying this topic. All right, Carl, welcome up.
Hi, thank you. Regarding how you've just been talking about like Russians buying real estate or whatever in other countries, and also the general situation of Russians still able to travel into most Western countries as they please. The one thing I want to ask if anyone knows is, back in World War II, with Germany, were German citizens able to do so in the West, or was that really strictly prohibited and not enabled?
I'm sorry. Could you please repeat the last part?
So,
what exactly?
In World War
What exactly?
In World War II, were German citizens able to travel into Western countries the same way that Russians are still allowed to travel into most Western countries now?
I'll have to research that. But you also have to take into consideration the fact that most of the countries were already polarized. So if you have France, England, US in the opposite alliance with you, it's harder to get there easily. There were some transfers that we know, people who fled Germany, a lot of Jews that managed to escape from Germany prior or during the war. And not only them, and not only from Germany, they were able to travel, and they were received in the US, right? So
Yeah,
some transfer. Yeah, I see Shaggy Fella has his hand up. He came right away, so maybe he has something on this.
Yeah, I would have thought that during the Second World War, Western countries were actually at war with Germany, so German citizens probably had some restrictions, whereas now Norway isn't at war, no other Western country other than Ukraine is actually at war with Russia, therefore restrictions on what Russian citizens can buy are probably limited. That's why we have sanctions on individuals rather than a whole lot. That's just a thought of mine anyway, but um, yeah, that's it.
thank you. That does make a lot of sense. It's just, I suppose, by this time I would have hoped that a lot more would have been done in that area. Though I do understand the difficulty, because earlier in the war, when like certain borders that were right up against Russia kind of closed their borders, I was kind of worried that that might even prevent the kind of the Ukrainians who had been kidnapped and filtrated through Russia from being able to get out. So these things are messy, right? But it's still sad to me just to see that we really aren't as firm on that, especially when you see like Russian athletes still competing in various sports all around the world.
All right. Awesome. So, I know it was a topic actually a couple of months ago. It was a topic, the fact that if right us as countries should ban Russians from entering our countries. One of the things that were interesting back then were the fact that Baltic countries were the first ones to raise this as a topic. We have had reports back then from people from Finland, actually, who told us that Russian people were behaving not so gentlemanly while in Finland, even though they were guests there, right? Whenever you're in a different country, you're a guest in that country, so you should mind the way you are behaving. They didn't do that, so I don't remember for the moment. I don't remember details. I have to research them. So in the meantime, I see Leo is back up, so I'll go to him.
In case of view from Ukraine, actually in Ukraine we're all shocked that actually Russian citizens of Russian Federation still able to travel, still able to apply for visa. I hope this will end, because I will give you just simple example. Philip Kirkorov, he is a very famous Russian singer. He approves this war. He wanted to support Russian soldiers, and he has his villa in Florida, and he has visa still in US. So believe me, there are hundreds of Russians that work with the regime and still able to travel to the West. And of course, they're not just traveling to the West, but they have, I don't know, some dirty interest in the West. And I really hope it will be better both for Ukraine and the West, in case Western countries will ban all citizens of Russian Federation to enter the Western countries. What do you think, guys?
I would fully
Uh,
support it, but
sorry, go ahead, Alex.
I would fully support that, but I think it will be difficult to think to do. But yeah, we should definitely strive. One thing is this list of sanctions was ever growing thing, but then somebody brought a point that maybe we should spend more time and attention to make sure that key sanctions are enforced rather than going after every single piece of sausage, because they still yeah, it all requires resources, and control is not easy. Recently, speaking of sanctions, apparently Turkey stopped clearing all products going to Russia. And interestingly enough, all those products happen to be under sanctions. There were information that it is just temporary technical issues. They are like doing some amendments to have better control of these products, but I'm not sure what exactly they're talking about, because if products are under sanctions, like what needs to be controlled is that to make sure they do not flow into. But it looks like United States is putting a very decent effort to make sure that those sanctions are not overridden. Like because the other day I was reading that custom officers in Finland, they discovered that a lot of products are going to the countries neighboring Russia through through land, and a lot of those products happen to be under sanctions. So they said, hey, maybe they never reach destination, but get unloaded somewhere in Russia. So there are a lot of sneaky ways Russians are applying to avoid these sanctions, while declaring to the world that sanctions do not really hit us. So lift them as soon as possible, because they have no impact on us. Anyway, but it looks like they hurt, and they hurt where they should. And I do believe that all those findings are not just coincidence. I do hope that some actions will follow. So indeed, the question is, when you have limited resources, should you go after stuff that goes into their military stuff, or should we, stop sending them bicycles and kids' toys and all kind of stuff, because they produce nothing really. Like there is some element without which it is all brought from outside. Without that element, they cannot even produce sour cream. So again, where is priority? Should we pick the battle or try to capture everything? Because that may be an overwhelming task.
Right. Thank you so much, Alex. Carl, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I would be very much for, if not a ban, making it a lot harder for the average Russian citizen to travel, right? The one area I kind of would be cautious is I know that tens of thousands of Ukrainians, either in the occupied area or who were filtrated through the filtration camps into Russia itself, ended up taking a Russian passport, not because they wanted to, but because they felt that was the only way to survive in that situation. And I definitely want a way for them to still be able to get out of Russia and get home safely.
All right. Thank you, Carl. Think Ethical, please go ahead. Think Ethical. Can you hear me? Please go ahead. You have your hand up.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Em. I appreciate your hosting again. Um, Pleasant to hear your voice in this. Yeah. So what we need to examine is the geopolitical effects of the 500,000. Um, well, what can you say? Deserters who ostensibly are also given a task in their desertion to do the spying and to do the deep uh, the deep discovery of the Western Civ, all of the things that the Russian FSB is cleverly attentive to. But assigning these 500,000, 500,000, that's a 500,000 Russian boys who are running away from their duties and responsibilities, ostensibly giving themselves this vacation in the West, which is what it amounts to. And it provokes me in the degree that it's such a naivety of the EU and the Civ that actually the border at Finland is providing, which then the trickle down into Europe is inevitable. But I am in Sweden, and so I run into these Russians in the streets in where I live. It's a university town, and I'm well aware of what they're up to and why they're here. And there's there's this. There's this naivety that even the Americans to allow this popular Russian singer into Florida. um, it it just is the first sanction that should be sanctioned. Are the people of that country being allowed to have free roam and reign over the liberties of the West? So these kinds of obvious um, violations of any normalcy or any kind of common sense need to now be codified in the laws of the EU and even America, and the naivety of that place, which is just filled with nuts and bolts who really don't have a clue about what is going on in Ukraine. And the essence of this violation is so complete and so tantamount to the provision of information, of intelligence to the motherland. And it is their requirement. It's their sworn oath as a Russian. And the use of in Norway, for instance, this illustration of the Russian Orthodox Church, then being used as it has for since the hordes took over, the church of Russia is used as a vehicle of the government, and spying is the essence of the priesthood actually being ordered to divulge any and all yeah violation of the code of the Soviet Union, which is what I'm familiar with. So these vehicles need to be understood in their essence, in their nature, as being prohibitively denied access to what is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful miracle, and that's called democracy, and that's called freedom, and it's the very thing that the Ukrainians are shedding their blood daily for, and it really boils my blood that we are allowing the primary sanction that needs to be sanctioned, the people of this heinous genocidal dictatorial state to be exported and to be used as agents of that government and for its purposes. And I'll leave it there because it just riles me up. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
My pleasure. But two quick follow-ups. First of all, the amount of Russian males who escaped Russia to avoid serving, or to avoid being drafted, or to avoid being sent to Ukraine, whether or not they don't respect Putin, whether or not they don't believe in the values of the Russian state, whether or not they don't believe in the mission, quote unquote, of the quote unquote, also armed forces of Russia, or the Russian armed forces. Now, there is no way in hell any foreign intelligence service can run 500,000 agents. Doesn't work like that. That's number one. So some of them are human beings, and they are escaping that country for whatever reasons. It is, however, the measure of an efficient intelligence community to find out who is a person of interest out of those 500,000 people fleeing their country so as not to be part of this war. Uh, I would urge against hasty generalizations. In this specific case, calling all 500 or X 100,000 people who escaped, or men, military-aged men who escaped Russia to Europe or to the West, sleeper cells or agents or what have you. Why? Because that actually plays right into the talking points and the propaganda of Russian security services. We are sending you 500,000 military-aged men who will infiltrate your societies and do this and do that. And think ethical. I'm not trying to undermine or uh, discard what you have just said. This is a very genuine concern because it happened before when there was a crisis in Syria and when immigrants were moving from the Middle East, specifically after the Arab Spring, into Europe. A lot of elements uh, went through the cracks. That's the problem. So when we start with a statement, we examine the statement and then we construct it and deconstruct it, and then we arrive at the threat, or we try to picture the threat, we try to define the threat, and therefore we can utilize the proper resources at hand to tackle that threat, to ensure the security of the society being protected by the services following that threat. So 500,000 people or 500,000 military-aged men leaving Russia and going to other countries to live and work doesn't mean that those countries have just received 500,000 possible security uh, threats. No. An efficient
Um,
service, domestic and foreign, will be able to isolate the proper number of persons of interest whom should be followed or removed as quickly as possible from the countries they arrive at, turned back in order to avoid their activities. And also, it doesn't work like that as well, because in the spy versus spy game, you might actually allow your enemy to work to see how he develops networks, to see how those networks communicate. It's a case on a case by case basis when it comes to the human target, and a case by case basis when it comes to the detected network and the type of case officer running it, and the type of tactics and the type of resources being deployed to ensure that that network achieves a target as desired or as envisioned by the case officer who devised the plan. In this specific case, I don't think that they actually expected that many military-aged men to leave Russia and flee, right? Because we're talking about a regime, we're talking about a syndicate that believed its own lies. It believed that it is running an efficient armed forces. It believed that its tactics will work in 2022. It believed that it can hoodwink the West and democracies and coerce their populations by spreading fear, etc., etc. So to sum it up really quickly, definitely some of the X amount of military-aged men who fled Russia into other countries will be a threat. And again, the measure of a competent security service looking at that problem and examining that problem will be identifying with what's the term, pinpoint accuracy, which is which? Whom deserves dedicating resources and time to follow, and whom is just a Russian programmer who just, want to buy the newest Xbox. He doesn't give a flying F about Putin or working for the FSB or working for SVR or what have you. And also, at this specific time, those services will be very, very, very careful about the Russians that they would train and they would send, because it is a very critical moment in history. And that's when your own very well trained agent can flip for so many reasons. Without going into technical details, that's the first comment. The second comment regarding the Russian Orthodox Church. Yes, the Russian Orthodox Church has always been a tool of statecraft since 1905, more or less, and it will continue to do so. But again, I would urge caution when it comes to talking about it, because it is a very sensitive matter that touches on the freedom of belief and touches on the belief of millions of people across the world. And when people address it or approach it with a hasty generalization, they end up inflaming normal citizens in other countries that may or may not follow that denomination or respect that, have a measure of respect for that denomination, and then they would fall victim right away to the Russian propaganda and the Russian narrative of that this war is a war of Satanists and globalists and reptile people, and Queen Elizabeth is still alive, leading this whole thing from her house in the British Virgin Islands. Whatever pretext they can come up with to say that it's a war between that side and Christianity and Putin and Russia being the defenders of the Christian faith. This is actually very effective in so many countries. You have no idea. In the Middle East, in Eastern Europe, and in Georgia even, but not that much right now. But we have just what you're saying is a valid concern, is a very valid concern, which is basically when a state decides to use religion as a tool of statecraft against its own people first, and then as a soft power against populations of other countries that follow or respect that denomination, that is a huge problem. But I would urge caution against issuing a blanket statement saying that all priests of the Russian Orthodox Church are this, or all priests of the Russian Orthodox Church in Ukraine are that. No, it needs to be addressed at a case by case, on a case by case basis. And the same goes for the people who fled, or the military aged men who fled Russia to other countries as well. I hope my comment wasn't too long. And ethical, feel free to go ahead if you have a follow up or you want to say something else.
Yeah, I do. I do. In regard to gun being put to the head of these boys who have fled, some kind of retribution that would affect their economy, their access to their economy, access to their banks, and yes, their support systems. It would only take a word or two from the GRU to make them cooperate. They wouldn't have to bend their arm too much. They could have the privileges and pleasures of the West alongside this responsibility and obligation to do a little work for Vladimir. So there's a naivety in that, because at any point, at any time, any one of these individuals can be pride leveraged into a cooperation. It's just the nature of that game. And it could be that programmer who's innocently trying to work for Silicon Valley, as a home worker, even from Kazakhstan or even Cairo, and trying to be invisible. But the point about that invisibility is that many of these people here are invisible. They have snuck in without any kind of legal entrance, and it is those people that go under the cracks, into the wall, disappear into the wayside, into the countryside, and perform acts of espionage without even being well, and they're clever enough to keep themselves anonymous. So um, I really feel as if this particular thing is not being addressed in the way that it should have been as a possible disinformational threat to the entire West, as you have rightly observed about the Syrian migration. Um, it's a problem, and it's a problem of such degree that it could change the minds and the hearts of the people, the local people, that they'll probably put in, in relation to and relational dynamics of getting a pro-Russian narrative going in these communities, that would counter the pro-Ukrainian elements, which really are strong now in Sweden. But I can perceive that it could easily be eroded, very easily. And so I think about these things as you do, Em, and so I'm just saying that we need to, like, I don't know how we can help the security services, become and be made aware of this primary threat. And I believe it's a primary threat to the mission at hand, which is in 2 years, within the term of Joseph Biden, defeating Russia. And I only have that 22 months ahead of me, because I do not see a possibility of it coming under any Republican president. I do not see any kind of conviction that needs to be had. So all I can see ahead of me are 22 months, and the fight needs to be fought, and it needs to be won, and the F-16s need to be delivered, and every single ATACMS that can be delivered, and this thing needs to get under wraps before, well, I would say before April of 24. So that's all I have to say tonight. Em, thank you for your caution. I appreciate your caution, and I'm sorry for any generalizations. No, I don't think any one of these people is evil in terms of I understand completely, empathize with them completely. I would not want to be put in a tank and be sent out to certain death from a genocidal commander who could care less about the well-being of his troops. So that's a whole nother ethical question for me. This fighting a war in such a violative way of every single component of the Geneva Convention and the war crimes that they commit. Just yesterday, 81 civilian targets and energy systems, and so this is the legal aspect that really needs to be also attended to, is keeping track of all these war crimes. So that's what's on my mind tonight. Thanks for the opportunity to say something. Slava Ukraini.
Slava, my pleasure. It's a problem everywhere. If I tell you stories about the programmer in Egypt trying to travel to attend a conference and showing all the documents required to get a visa to go there for 7 days, right? Because he needs to be there, providing everything from health insurance to bank statements to proof of graduation to certificates to translating everything and about him and his mother and his grandmother in order to get the visa, and then getting declined, all while watching, people who belong to the second and the third echelon of the Muslim Brotherhood getting, totally fixed up and put up in London in no time and getting admitted into King's College. We're on the same team here. But I always prefer to avoid personal anecdotes and grievances in general when it comes to describing experiences or trying to articulate fears and threats, to find a more effective way to communicate the concern to the respective authorities and the respective political appointees in order to transform this into a political will that can actually lead the way for a progressive, irreversible change, or an incremental, irreversible change that overall reduces the risk until it eliminates it and maximizes the gain of winning one good brain trying to escape a certain region in order to build something for himself or for themselves and try to make a difference and try to add to the world. We've seen that. An example, for instance, is the Iranian diaspora in the United States. A lot of art, a lot of media production, scientists, mathematicians, programmers, engineers, doctors, and what have you. It's a sad situation. Do they represent the Ayatollahs? No. Were they eating caviar and Lorpak butter out of the pantries of the Shah? No, right? They're just Iranians who decided that they will not live under a theocracy and traveled to countries where they had contacts or where they had roots or where they had business interests or academic interests or professional interests to lead a better life. And eventually, a lot of them, for instance, are leading the effort to uh, try and change the future in Iran. Same thing about the Egyptian diaspora in the United States and in Europe right now. It is happening everywhere, right? And I would like everyone uh, to focus on the disgraced Russian troops who accepted to be mobilized, who accepted to go to battle, who accepted to commit war crimes, who accepted orders that came from bad leadership that can lead them into futile efforts to, for instance, like what, gain 25 kilometers in months after losing 25,000 people. Great. That's amazing, man. You're like losing 1,000 human lives for every kilometer, right? It's it is a very, very, very complex situation right now, and the enemy wants everyone to panic. The enemy wants everyone to fall into hasty generalizations. The enemy wants everyone to go into mass hysteria because then they can actually leverage the few assets that they have and the resources that they have to drive more wedges and bigger wedges between populations and their governments in order to separate the political will from the public opinion in order to get away with what they want. And articulating the threat is the best way to deny them that. So we kind of agree on principle, just differ slightly on how to frame the threat and how to present it. So it's all good. Thank you so much, Ethical, for joining us. Let's go
Just
to.
one. Okay, sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
I just had one last thing. The I with what the troop, just the troop, the flood of untrained, actually, Wagnerites and the like, untrained soldiers who just have been trained with a broom for a week in the woods, versus the weathered, hardened 8-year veterans of Ukraine. For every one of those lives lost in Bakhmut, it's worth 20, 10, 20 of the Russians. And so it's my fear that this attrition of Ukrainian troops needs to be maybe assessed and really, 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 at this point, observed to be maybe having fallen into a trap of attrition of quality versus quantity. And so for every Ukrainian, I personally want to see 20 Russian soldiers dead, because that's the equivalency for me, just militarily.
Don't we all? Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Ethical. Let's go to Dennis first.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. You've kind of jumped ahead a little bit on what I was thinking about a little while ago, but you were talking about the FSB and, 500,000 Russians going to other countries in the West. I'm sure they must have some screening process. They wouldn't just let them into the country without some sort of screening, especially knowing where they're coming from. And the second thing is the FSB, I'm sure, would love the West to think that they're an all-seeing, all-knowing entity when we know they're not. I mean, they're pretty good at being evil. We all know that, but 500,000 spies, that's impossible. And the other thing, like you were saying, about soldiers who took the money and went to Russia. Oh yeah, went to Ukraine to fight. I agree with you. They are lower than whale shit. There's no doubt about it. And the ones that probably went to the West were probably the smart ones because they would definitely be dead. There's no doubt about it. We can all see that Putin cares nothing about lives. They're nothing to him because he's not out there on the lines. In fact, he probably doesn't even know what the hell's going on out there for the most part. That's all I really wanted to say. I just wanted to touch on that subject because it's been on my mind quite a bit, and I'm glad you guys brought it up today. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Dennis. Let's go to Leeway.
Sorry, trouble with the button. Hey, I'm the think ethical's question about allowing, I'll call them refugees, in, I think is good for getting the brain working, but it's really complicated. I feel like I could argue both sides of it, but I'd just like to hark back to our conversations about estimating the outlook for the Russian economy. And one of the factors that always gets figured in, at least in the long term, is what about those 500,000 very capable, many educated group of young men that left, and what does that portend for Russia's future? And it isn't good. So that I just wanted to point that out as part of the equation. Thanks.
Thank you, Leeway. Let's go to Leo Feller, then Uncle Alex for a finisher. Leo.
Thanks. I just want to mention that I think we should all remember how Soviet Union actually collapsed. And one of the reasons the Soviet Union collapsed was that they banned everyone exiting from Soviet Union. And many people started to rise up in Ukraine, in Georgia, even in Moscow. And there was a coup in Moscow of a KGB that tried to make the Soviet Union to leave further, but common people of Moscow, as they started to protest, like physical protest, and eventually Soviet Union collapsed. And now it is decision of Putin for allowing Russians to go outside of Russia, those Russians who hate Russian regime, who hate Putin. It's certain technology, because in case he would ban the ability to go away from Russia for Russians, they would have started some revolution inside Russia. So looking on this topic from this point, I think it's very important. And another thing, in case we don't want to put all Russians into one basket, I think that some questionnaire should be given to Russians who enter in Western countries. For instance, what they think about Crimea, what they think about Putin, what they think about Stalin, because there are some Russians who hate Putin, but like Stalin, because Stalin, killed more Ukrainians, and there are some Russians who like Russian Tsars. Actually, Russian Tsars banned Ukrainian language, which Putin is doing right now. So in my opinion, as a Ukrainian, I think all countries should either to ban Russians or to give them questionnaires, right, before entering countries. This is the safest option, I think. But overall, in case Russians that hate Putin regime would have stayed in Russia, they would start a revolution sooner against Putin. Thanks.
Thank you, Leo. It is a good opinion, but you have to take into consideration several facts. The first one is that The population of the Russian Federation has been in their own Plato cave for more than a century now. You cannot expect an entire population that has been going through this process generation after generation for more than 120 years, or almost 120 years, to have a similar mindset to someone else who is basically the byproduct of generations and generations of the complete opposite ideology. Uh, that's exactly why they're acting this way right now, because they have created this construct and they live and operate within this evil paradigm. But some of those people are victims, and not defending them because they need to realize what's going on and they need to think for themselves. But I can tell you this, and again, this is not in defense of the enemy, but you need to know the enemy and you need to understand the enemy in order to overcome the enemy and, emerge victorious over the enemy, is that their brains are just wired differently, right? We're talking about decades after decades after decades of being brainwashed, of actually having your own state lead psychological operations against you to control you, of abuse of psychiatry in the Soviet Union. The history is out there, and it's academic, and it's quantified, right? From anything from disease to drug abuse to criminal gangs and activities to organized crime to abuse of authority to political police to sending people to prison and so on and so forth. Cannot expect people like that to say, okay, you guys, you need to rise up against Putin. Due respect, of course. It's a little bit naive on anyone's part to say that if they were good, if they were free, if they were doing this, they would have risen up early against them. Well, they don't have that. Their brains don't function that way. So I'm not going to expect them to rise up for me. For instance, let's say that Russia is actually invading Egypt right now, not invading Ukraine, and I'm fighting against the Russians because they are invading Egypt. I will not say that, oh, the Russians should rise up against Putin and realize that he's making a mistake invading Egypt, and until they do that, then I'll kill all of them. No, I will say I need to defeat the forces invading me, and then I need to sort out the political leadership that has hijacked that population and leading it to its own demise. And then maybe generations later, when you establish peace, things will be different. But peace after kicking back every single Russian soldier out of Ukraine and after restoring Ukrainian territorial integrity and dealing with the problem at hand without any maximalist, populist talking points that do nothing to change the reality on the ground and do nothing to effect change in the political positions and the political will of allied countries to provide more support and more aid. It just sounds like we need to, we want this, we want it now. The other decision makers who are actually leading the show, they listen to that and they understand it. And they're like, too bad. But yeah. And they carry on with the plan that they have to do in order to fix the situation. So that's the reality of things. That's how things are done in real life. But granted, it is abhorring that a year later, this population is still supporting the war effort. This population, you hear it when you see the phone calls collected by Ukrainian security services searching the telephone networks for calls being initiated inside Ukraine back to Russia between soldiers and their wives, and the horrible things and the horrendous things that we heard them tell their husbands to do, and all the stupid conversations that they have together. And it's like, they are supporting the war effort. They are wearing the badge and they're marching in the marshes and going to the stadiums and attending the rallies and waving the flag and putting Z on their cars and making their children go to kindergartens to wear a Z uniform and learning the Z dance and taking a pack of potatoes for a lost husband, father, brother, son, and taking a kilo of frozen fish for another killed husband, father. They are that way, right? So I have to focus on defeating their military force that is actually slaughtering people who are different, and then I need to worry about what they need to do to kind of, what's the word, to atone for not realizing that there are human beings who deserve rights and deserve freedoms and can rise up for taking them, and can oppose this darkness, and can stop feeling afraid to rise up against those who are controlling them, right? It, you have a point, but as definitely as a Ukrainian voice on this space, you take the first and the foremost priority to express your opinions and to express your understanding of the current machinations of the regime in Moscow, and you get to declare your anger, and you get to articulate it in whichever way you would like to do so. But I would urge caution that this maximalist populist speech over the last year has done more damage than good, and it has done more damage than has won more people to support the cause. It's just my 2 cents as a third party neutral observer who's actually quite invested in seeing Russia getting defeated, but that's a different story. Leo, is there a follow-up for you?
Well, defeating Russia comes at a high price of Ukrainian lives, and I think that, believe me, I think both Ukraine and the West need to invest more into some, I don't know, Russian movement that will fight against Putin inside Russia. Right? Actually, on my profile, here's a post that the Russians burned this Russian jet in Russia, which is good, right? So I think when it comes to defeating Russia, there is a quite percentage of Russians living in Russia who are able to fight Putin. Yes, and by allowing Russians, by giving visas to Russians, we just taking away those Russians to live in European countries, instead helping them Russians to fight against Putin regime, right? So maybe it's just my view from Ukraine, but maybe you will understand when Russia will invade your country, right? So Russians in 2012 had a strong protest led by Navalny that it could have overthrown Putin, right, on Bolotna Square. It was powerful. However, still, now Navalny is in jail. Actually, Navalny family is Navalny from Ukraine, from near Kiev, right? And so I think West and Ukraine need to invest more to create some Russian organizations inside Russia fighting Putin, because many Russians dislike Putin, but still they are not vocal.
All right, thank you so much, Leo Fala. And before we go to our next speaker, shout out to Brack. So lovely stuff. Yes, please make sure to switch off. It will make me a happier man. Uncle Alex, please go ahead. Alex Kaftelli?
All right, thank you. Yeah, interesting conversation about this. There are probably no easy solutions, but I kind of tend to more become a hardliner at this point, because, like, look at what is happening in Georgia. Like, there are a bunch of English-speaking Russians in Twitter, like seeding, fear and threats and blackmails and suggesting some crazy stuff. Basically, like, meddling in something that is none of their freaking business. Like, Georgia should not be part of NATO, and then there will be peace with Russia. But it's complete nonsense. But like, it takes a lot of time, arguing with these bots. The solution would be, send them back to freaking Russia. Let them go to Bakhmut. The fucking motherland requires them to be there. Let them join Wagner. And there is a place in the cemetery for them. Like, why they are even sitting in the comfort of democracy, preaching how other people should, give up, I don't know, aspiration to NATO, or join this or join that, or like, what is their freaking business? I don't understand. So, it's, are they fleeing war? Sure, they are cowards. If this is truly what they believe, they should be in Bakhmut right now. But you know what? Only people who have no connections, who are from some remote places, are dying in Bakhmut. And these bastards are sitting in the comfort of, democracy, and teaching me over Twitter what Georgia should look like and what policy it should choose and which organization it should join and what government it should have. Like, what is their freaking business? Just go back. Your country needs you in Bakhmut. Fuck them all. Listen, it's and we never know how they did. They really flee the war? Maybe it was FSB saying that, what, you speak English, and we need, this English speaking to basically give up on Ukraine. And that's the only purpose, because Georgians, like many Georgians, can't even understand what they're reading, because many of them are not even in Twitter, and others do not speak English. So who am I writing for? Clearly those who speak English, as those, whom opinion matters, because they control money, they control weapons, they control, stuff that matters. Like, what is this Russian hybrid war to, fool everybody around, so that they use Western money and Western influence to subjugate people, who just don't want this empire anymore. There's a rotten empire that, like, is a zombie for quite some time now. I would just send them back. Should we accept? Yes, we should. Like, send them questionnaire, send them to some hot places where they will spend 3 years making their share to build the country. They are still remote places where people are needed. Work in some, coordinated effort, to do their fair share in building the country and the wealth they want to use. And then come up with some kind of, suggestions how others should live. I think it will be very educational and very beneficial. And really, guys, there are plenty of places where, there's lack of people. Send them and tell them, you need to spend, if you want to stay in this country, you go and work here for 3 years. You'll get a shelter and enough money to feed yourself and whoever you come with. I think that will be very fair solution, so to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Dennis, then Shaggy. Dennis, can you hear me? You have your hand up?
Yes, I thought you said Shaggy. I'm sorry. I just had a couple of quick questions for you, Em, and maybe you can answer them for me. I believe that Sweden and Finland and Ukraine and some other countries in Eastern Europe will become members of NATO. And I was wondering what your thoughts were about when that happens, once Putin more or less is surrounded and they don't have a port on the Black Sea anymore. And the other thing was, supposedly at the end of the month we have a bunch of new equipment coming into Ukraine from Britain, the United States, and other countries. And I was wondering, do you think that'll be able to put Ukraine on the attack once those weapons do arrive?
So regarding the second question, more kit being delivered to Ukraine, and depending on the type of kit and the amount of hardware being delivered and munitions as well, whether this will allow Ukraine to go on the offensive or basically start the expected major spring offensive in order to start pushing back Russian troops and make more territorial gains and free more occupied territory. Um, I think that they can do it without the deliveries. There is a reason why right now why the Ukrainian armed forces have been economizing on hardware and even on human resources as well as munitions. Why? I don't know. I would say that they have better access to intelligence. So the amount of intelligence being shared with Ukrainian command coming from the allies or their allied Western partners is definitely way more than the Russians are gleaning using their own methods and sources. That's number one. And number two, um, is far more it's far more accurate, it's far more timely, and it's a lot more. The amount of intelligence, the amount of actionable intelligence, the amount of information, the precise location of troops and munitions and some systems, all that is helping the Ukrainian armed forces continue with its attrition approach towards attriting Russian forces before they attack their weakest points and make major territorial gains. Uh, why they're not attacking, I don't know. The Ukrainian command has been very successful at keeping most of their hands very close to their chest, which speaks to their professionalism and the overall security of their operation. Uh, I missed the first question, so I'm very sorry. Can you please repeat it for me, Dennis?
Yes, I was wondering, once Ukraine and Sweden and Finland and a few of the other Eastern European countries get into NATO, and obviously Ukraine takes Crimea, and that pretty much leaves Russia with having to go halfway around the world to do anything, to do any trade, to move any weapons, to do anything. I was just wondering what your thoughts were on that.
So basically, losing the Black Sea. It will be very interesting to see what they will do. Bear in mind that when we arrive at that point, Russia will still be sanctioned, and those sanctions will degrade their trade capacity and their access to certain markets, and also it will degrade their industrial output. Now, how they will consider uh, approach uh, approaching this problem, I think that part of the solution would be staying in Syria. By staying in Syria, basically by staying in Tartus, they will always have access to the Mediterranean Sea, and with some negotiations and certain arrangements and deals with the Turks, they might get access to the Black Sea as well. It is yet to be seen, and it's yet to unfold. But if the situation in Syria is not changed 180 degrees, not just resolved, the Russians will always have a foothold in Tartus, and therefore they will always have access to a port on the Mediterranean. At least that's my backyard. How they will manage to go around the Baltic Sea, and how they will manage to, go around, in China's background, or do whatever over there, or what they will do in the Arctic. It's a little bit out of the scope of work I do, so I don't have information about that. But the closest point of access to what they will lose when they lose Crimea will be Tartus, sir.
Thank you very much for answering my question, as I couldn't agree more. I'll let the next person go. Thanks again.
My pleasure, Dennis. Shaggy, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Back on the subject of what we should do about Russians, I kind of practice triage on Russians at the moment. I mean, I can't care for everybody in the world, and so for me, Russians are generally all back of the bus at the moment. What I do worry about, though, is the fifth columnists, the Russians that are in the West. So I think they need to be looked at. Now, obviously, you can't look at all of them, so I kind of break it down and get a bit granular and just look at the ones that are actually worth some money. I deliver for a living at the moment, and when I come across a Russian name, I give it a little Google up and then see if they are Russian. A lot of them have dual nationalities or triple nationalities, actually, and I have a little look on Companies House just to see kind of who they are, what they are, have a little Google around, have a look at their Instagram accounts, the businesses they own. I do a little bit of digging just for my own personal amusement, and maybe if it all goes tits up in the future for something else. But I do think one of my big worries about Russians in the West is the fifth columnist element of it, and the money aspect of it as well, and funding. I'd like to know if they support Russia or not. A questionnaire, I don't think is that brilliant an idea, because, well, generally Russians are known to be lying buggers. So yeah, it's what they do rather than what they say. So if they're in the West and they actively are shown to support not support the war, then cool. But if they don't, if they kind of post stuff which is supportive of Putin, then yeah, I would think about seizing their businesses and revoking their at least their dual citizenship as well, and with the dual and triple and whatever passport holders as well. I mean, after over a year of this, you gotta make a choice. If you're still holding a Russian passport and you don't have to because you got other ones, then that's kind of making a choice. You're choosing to hang on to that passport, so and choosing to in effect support your state indirectly, or that state indirectly. So they're just my personal thoughts on the matter. I don't expect anybody else to share them. They're just mine.
Shaggy, did you ask a question now?
It was more of a statement, actually, than a question.
Yeah, I heard the statement fully, but I thought that you asked the question at the very end. My bad. Thank you so much, Shaggy. Finance, please go ahead.
Hey, Em, do you mind if I ask you a couple of questions on the Middle East? I've been wanting to ask you some questions on Saudi, and then the news today got even bigger, so now I have more questions. Is that cool?
Far away.
All right, so I guess I got to start with today, because there's this new deal brokered between Iran and Saudi. This comes in the context where it sounded last week like the UAE and Israel were both saber rattling to that they might be removing the Iranian nuclear complex by bomb and Air Force. And all of a sudden, there's a Saudi and Iranian peace deal. And this is also with the way Saudi has been playing sort of both sides of the Ukraine-Russia war. And I'm confused by all of it. I don't even know where to start. So could you help me provide some context of both the deal and then how Saudi, if this has impact, especially with the Iran being a weapons supplier to Russia? Can we start there?
Sadly, our story starts a few years ago. At some point in the history of the relationship between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United States of America, one American administration chose to pursue a certain path that the then King of Saudi Arabia, thought was an act of betrayal. He thought it was an act of giving up on the United States' long-term allies in favoring a new market. Ever
And
since
to clarify, is this the Iran deal you're referring to?
when the when the Obama administration chose to support Arab Spring, the Saudis decided to dump the United States of America.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification policy.
Because the Gulf kingdoms and sheikdoms reached the conclusion that if the government of the United States of America was going to give up on its best ally in the region after 30 years, then they would be next. And therefore, they started their own contingency planning. And their contingency planning depended on several strategies. One of them was to develop relationships with Russia and China to counter their relationships with the United States and the European Union and the United Kingdom. Certain countries tried to extract themselves from that equation, namely Oman. Oman had to do that for several reasons. One of them is ideological. The other one was the health condition of Sultan Qaboos or late Sultan Qaboos. And the third one, that they were not affected and they were mediating between all parties involved. The next ones in line who tried to remove themselves from that equation was the Kuwaitis. They got invaded before. They didn't want to get invaded again. They had one of the biggest sovereign wealth funds in the world. KIA is basically a financial intelligence service that responds only to the Emir Diwan, and they are running more than $580 billion in asset, and they're running a reptile fund called the Generations Fund that is enough to save every single Kuwaiti and make sure that they relocate to another country, get their education, get their life going should their country get invaded again or wiped out, and that the Emir Diwan can operate in exile until Kuwait can be liberated again. The third country that tried to move itself from that equation was Bahrain. Bahrain was trying to move itself from the equation by hiring the services of the Egyptian armed forces as a protector in case Bahrain gets invaded. At the same time, Bahrain was under a lot of stress, and more or less an uprising started there by inciting the Shia population to rise against the Emir of Bahrain, who later became the King of Bahrain, which is a joke. Haha. Then you saw the Saudi armed forces rolling into Bahrain instead of the Egyptian armed forces, Dera al Jazeera, or the Shield of Al Jazeera, and they became more or less a protectorate under late King Abdullah of Saudi Arabia. This whole the story of what happened here and there doesn't really matter. It's written. People can go back to it. Arab Spring, financial crisis, Obama in office, the Iranian failed revolution, a meeting with King Abdullah, the Cairo University speech, Arab Spring, and then the sheikhs decided to turn against the West in order to secure their thrones, in order to secure their countries. They found that the solution will be to develop balanced relationships with Russia and China in order to counter any political pressure being applied on them by the European Union and the government of the United Kingdom and the government of the United States to pursue an agenda of political, economic, socioeconomic, sociopolitical, religious reforms. And that's it. The current Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, MBS, Mohammed ibn Salman, the butcher of Istanbul, decided that the best way to go forward is to cut a deal with the Chinese, give them the 5G networks license in Saudi Arabia. Huawei will be the company to build that. There is a VC platform called WAMDA. WAMDA is one of the biggest funds in Dubai, and also they have a platform that shapes the thought process in the entrepreneurial scene in the Arab world. And they have described this as a Cold War between the West and the East playing out in the Gulf, with the Gulf monarchs deciding which technologies they will adopt and therefore which future system of governance they will continue to employ against their people. They are going with authoritarianism, and they're buying technology from dictatorships in order to make sure that their own dictatorships continue to thrive, all while saying that the time of, giving everything and buying everything from the United States and from the European Union is done. They drank their Kool-Aid and they believed in it, and that will soon become part of the joke called staging a multipolar world comeback that Russia has been peddling for the last 15 years or so. Sadly, when they realize that the government of the United States will pursue a new nuclear deal with Iran, and that the previous government in Israel was not going to attack Iran, they decided that their best way going forward was to reach out to their new tech overloads, basically the Chinese. Bear in mind that this is very, very, very cynical. The king of Saudi Arabia prides himself on being called the custodian of the two holy mosques. So the custodian of the two holy mosques, with all due respect, of course, to all religious beliefs here, but it's just a very cynical joke in the Middle East, went to atheist China, atheist communist China, that is locking up more than 1 million Muslims in concentration camps, calling them re-education camps, because they know that the only minority that can infiltrate the Hans is the Uyghurs, to cut a deal to reach a peace treaty, which is a very cut a deal, which is basically to reach a peace treaty with Shiite Iran in order to make sure that he keeps his throne. And he's doing that by giving them the license to build and operate their 5G network. So that's it.
You say all this like it's really simple, and it's really not that simple. All
Yeah.
this.
Oh, sorry, and I didn't follow up. I'll let you go. Sorry, Anda, by the way, I've named Anda to have a fella because it's ridiculous. It's furry and it poop talks the Russians. I do appreciate the explanation. Thank you for that. My understanding was, given my background, more Israeli than Arab. And thus, I was looking at the Iran deal inside the Arab Spring incorrectly. So thank you for the history lesson. That really helps my understanding of how these monarchs are acting. Insofar as that brings it to our normal topic here, Ukraine. The original reason I want to talk to you before this deal was reached today is Saudi Arabia gave a very symbolic 400-something million that matched exactly an American offer of aid that was announced a similar time to Ukraine, and Saudi Arabia is donating to Ukraine. We're also still seeing them actively working diplomatically and financially with at least Russian businesses. Where is MBS positioning himself in his both sidesing of the world in this war as the thing continues on?
Every single country right now wants to emerge as a regional power. Turkey had their own project. Now they want to be considered a peer. Saudi Arabia had their own project. Now they want to be considered a peer. MBS basically envisions the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as a country that will lead the Arab world for the next century. This stems from his hatred for the fact that it was Egyptian troops who more or less destroyed the first Saudi state. I don't see it flying, but we'll see what will happen. The same argument that Erdogan tried to make by saying that Turkey is a major power, Turkey is this, Turkey is that. Yeah, Turkey is it is a major player, but it's not a major power, right? Judging by their economy, even though they are selling more stuff than ever before. Right. And Saudi Arabia is like, yeah, we're changing. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We will be leading innovation in in finance. We are going to open up the economy. We're going to do the entertainment. We're going to go do this. We're going to do that. Well, yeah, good luck. You want to build a Las Vegas on the Red Sea and call it a desert resort and have all the foreigners come to you to enjoy the beach? Well, good luck. Let's hope that they keep the Saudi men at bay from flashing out their cell phones and taking photos of people at beaches, but we'll see about that.
Thank you for the explanation. Do appreciate it. I am not even sure how to consider it. Oh, I do actually have one other question I want to ask you. What is the state of industrial, specifically munitions, but general industrial production in the Arabian, the Gulf nations, and Iran, as it were, since that's now a munitions question? Is anyone either emerging or trying to position themselves to emerge in the military industrial space? And what is the capacity for Iran if they should desire to supply Russia, especially now that they apparently are at peace when they used to be at war like 2 days ago?
So I am not fully aware of Iranian military industrial capacities across platforms and munitions types. That part of their equation has never been in my domain of research and my work. However, I would say that the player that is trying to emerge as the biggest facilitator of arms deals, and perhaps the one that is adding more capacity faster than ever and faster than anyone else in the region, is the United Arab Emirates. They went shopping in Serbia. They bought the national air carrier. They cut some deals over there. And more or less, if numbers are correct, I think it's anywhere between 40 to 50% of the Serbian defense industry has partnerships or deals or sold some of their companies and some of their factories and some of their technologies to the United Arab Emirates. The United Arab Emirates right now is providing several platforms. So they have certain APCs, they have anti-mine vehicles as well. There are exploring drones. Some of the drones that they built actually were supplied to the Ethiopian government during its civil war with the Tigray rebels. In my opinion, I would say that the United Arab Emirates is emerging as the one that is investing the most amount of money on R&D and acquisition, and the one that is investing in exhibitions and building networks of clients and trying to facilitate deals. But as for the industrial capacity and capability of Iran and the amount of shells they produce, for instance, or calibers and small arms and small guns and rifles and whatnot, I don't have any numbers on that, unfortunately.
Thank you for the explanation. That ends my questions. Do appreciate the context, Em. I've been trying to catch you down for a couple days and love seeing you here as usual. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Finance. Clovis Thomas Costco. I never know how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry. The
Thomas.
Blue Monster.
Yeah. Good evening, or good morning, good afternoon, wherever your time zone is. I want to touch some kind of a subject which was discussed here a few times, and it is about what to do with Russia, how to deal with them, and so on, how to change them. I will give you kind of a context. I'm in the 50s. At the moment, I'm in Britain. However, I was born in Poland. In a couple of months, I'm going, probably 3-4 months, I will go back permanently to Poland. In the end of the 80s, so I remember by my own eyes how it was in a country which was communist country or socialist under just Russian boot. So no one needs to tell me how it is. Simple, I know how it is, how it was. In the end of the 80s, when Russia started a little just collapsing, they started opening. The result of this opening was that they started looking for some foreigners, contractors, construction contractors, to do a couple of big constructions in south of Russia and North Ukraine and so on. Generally, kind of a region between Orel, and Bryansk, which is on the north between Kiev and what is on the west of Kiev, next biggest just city, not Kherson but Kharkov. And so when Polish workers as a contractors arrived on one of the nuclear power plant construction, and when they met locals asked them, "Откуда вы? From where you are?" From Poland. Yeah. So they've been thinking that Poles been sent to this part of the Russia as a some kind of workers which been forced, even some prisoners. So they've been started feeding Poles. They just honest people. They know how to be sent to the prison and work just physically, and so on. So only when they found that Poles have a way better food when they stopped doing and they started thinking about this. But it was on the beginning. So I had a kind of opportunity in 89 to spend whole summer with my father and travel a lot between different cities, mainly just selling, buying different things, earning some kind of a money and have a lot of fun, to be honest, because I was able to make incredible money by simple traveling and transporting in my backpack some almost normal things. So what I'm trying to tell, more or less, that for anyone in Western countries trying to imagine how people in Russia are living and thinking is physically impossible. You may be thinking that they have access to the internet, have access to media, social media, other things. However, pressure of the local propaganda is still so big that it doesn't matter completely. If someone been telling that Russia collapsed because Russians been protesting, I only been laughing at this point. It was not possible. Poland was under the boot of Russian 50 years, and it was possible to recover very quickly after that, only because in families, still oldest members of the families been remembering how it was before Russia come to the Poland. In Russia, it is not the case. There is no such connection. There is no such way to ask elders how to live other way, because they know only the same way living, how people are living still the same way as I've been able to observe in the age of the 90s. in engineering, as I'm an IT engineer, is kind of a term which is called death by 1,000 cuts. It is kind of a fun analogy between some kind of a malfunctioning system and killing an elephant. What will happen when you will come with razor to the elephant and will cut his skin? Probably because it is big animal, has a very thick, just skin. It will even probably not notice that you made a very small cut. But what will happen if you will repeat this 1,000 times? You can kill that way even big elephant. What it means in a case of engineering, it means that in some exact and social engineering as well, it is very similar situation, that if you will be doing every day some small change which will be going in some bad direction, at some point you cannot do and make a single movement to recover a situation, to repair some system. All what you can do is undo every single change, one by one, nothing more and only this. That's the only way to fixing issues. The same with people. That's my kind of a thesis of this kind of a speech. I was in Russia. I saw how people been living. I still can I'm still sure that people in many regions of Russia are living in that way. How I observed this in the end of the 90s. And even I have no idea what to do with Russia to quickly change that state. So again, if you will be trying to think about Russia, what people are thinking in this country, you cannot simply imagine this using your cultural background of the Western countries. It is physically impossible. If you will go to that country, maybe after a month or 3, you will be able to understand a couple of things. I can guarantee that by first 2 weeks, you will be laughing from found absurds. Then you will come to some kind of a stage when you will be kind of depressed about the situation. Then you will only after that, those 2 stages, you will come to the 3rd stage when you will be able to start observing nature of exact things, causes, and so on. So if you will make a short visit in that country, it's not enough. That's all.
Well, thank you so much, sir. All right, it's 10:46 p.m. in Cairo, and it's a Friday night, and we have Enda co-hosting and finance. We had Dennis and Leofila from Ukraine. If you would like to ask us a question or bring up a topic for discussion, feel free to send us a speaker request. And we have just been joined by Aaron. Blue Monster, you wanted to say something, sir? Oh, Enda, go ahead.
I think he dropped. I had a question for finance. So I wanted to pay him back because he queried you. Now I'm querying him. So so there is an article about Poland's last quarter results in terms of GDP. And I wondered if he's up to discussing a bit this topic and how it influenced Poland, but also
Yeah.
how. All right, that was quick. I haven't even finished.
Sure, I can take this one quick. All right, Poland, Estonia are leading the way with, I believe, those are the two worst negative GDP in the Eurozone this last quarter. The years were not as bad. I don't believe they were the two worst for the year, if I remember the numbers correctly, but they definitely were the two worst in the fourth quarter of 2022. This was, in both cases, due to high inflation internally. Significantly, energy has been very high in both countries. Huge issues with supply chain in the war, and Russia shutting down there as a supplier for both. That said, supply chain issues do work themselves out, in this case aggressively for both countries. So hopefully we will see inflation come down, which should bring consumer spending back up. The specific way in which this worked in both countries was high inflation led to lower consumer spending. That's particularly shocking that happened at that level in Poland, because they have increased consumer spending due to having a very, very significant number of Ukrainian refugees who, obviously, if you live in a country, even if you're very poor, you still need to eat, and you still need to be housed somewhere, whether you're paying for it or someone else's, etc. While yes, negative GDP, that is a normal psychology and action. However, I would say in the case of Poland, in Estonia, certainly from staying in Estonia for a couple months last year, that these are people who see Russia as a genocidal monster, who do not wish to be genocided again, who have full empathy for Ukraine in the current situation, and don't put a price on freedom. So I would say that the support from the Baltics and Poland for Ukraine will end when the shooting ends. And I don't think it will end before then. I would be pretty shocked to see it end before then. In the case of any of the Baltic nations and Poland, just given their posture on Russia, there is a significant and not unfounded worry that should Russia win, they're next. And there is a significant and incredibly historical understanding of Russian genocide that none of these people find acceptable. And never again, when it comes to Russian genocide, means the real thing for all of these countries. So as far as support for the war goes, we expect that to be ongoing at full bore in all these countries. Certainly, I hope that they don't have to keep dealing with super high inflation and bad economies. Thankfully, at least in Poland's case, we're seeing investment continue to rise. So they are still investing in building stuff in Poland. So that's a longer term good thing. So hopefully when they can get inflation, which is already coming down, hopefully as inflation comes down and normalizes, that will keep happening. Hopefully we expect that will bring back consumer demand, and their economy will get back to where it was and growing nicely. So that's the quick Eastern European thing. Either way, if their economy is booming or whether it's falling apart, I would expect them to support Ukraine.
I have two other questions. I'm sorry. So, shall I understand that they are not the producers of the energy? Because if the energy prices go up, but you're the producer and you have inflation, basically this is a return in GDP, which they don't have.
Yeah,
So
none of these countries are energy exporters, right? These are all net importers of energy.
So that was one of my questions. And the other, do you know, regarding all the equipment that Poland sent to Ukraine, and also all the spending that they engaged. Some of them, I think they paid something. Do we know if they paid something this year? Meaning they bought military equipment, which is an investment. It's a spending, right? It's something you bring from outside the country, and it doesn't help your GDP. It does it make sense? So would this be also a reason for this decrease?
So yes, first off, no, that is not the reason their economy decreased. I don't think they had 2% of their GDP nominally donated to Ukraine in the form of military equipment. Just spending on your own domestic military. Actually, hold on, sorry, I have a number of calls coming in, so this is actually my last question. Just spending your own domestic GDP does have an increase in GDP growth. This is something going on in both Russia and Ukraine right now. So I would say that it's so no, but when you are not having your men and equipment blown up in the war, when it's not fought on your own soil, it tends to possibly have, especially for democratic nations, longer term positive benefits. A couple of countries that have longer term positive benefits to their GDP from military spending, and it's not entirely government corruption. Government corruption negative would be Russia when it's not at war. Positives would be most democratic nations. So I would say that Finland, right? One, it's why they have a nation because they have to defend, but also it's a military institution. It's part of their culture, and it's part of their democracy. You see similar in Israel with a much more militant society, but the U.S. as well. South Korea with their arms exports, right? They both are militarized because they have a very hostile neighbor in North Korea who, they might have the war mentality like it's 1910, but they've invaded them before and they don't want to have to call for help from somebody else again. They build a lot of stuff there. That's why when Poland got tired of Schultz doing his Schultzing thing and decided to diversify their military suppliers, they went to South Korea for 200 tanks. So, that can be very profitable, especially when you're exporting your military stuff, to have military spending equipment. So it's not totally a loss to GDP, right? Like when your soldiers get paid, they also go spend that money in your country often. So it's not as apples to apples. No, we're not seeing their GDP down because it's all going to Ukraine. As I said, in the case of Poland, because they have so many refugees, having more people in your economy can help your overall GDP, even if your GDP per capita has a problem, which is to say your GDP per person might be problematic because a bunch of people who are refugees have less money per person than people who already have jobs. But your total GDP should go up in theory. So the fact that their total GDP went down on consumer spending and inflation really is a sign of just how bad that got. 16% inflation is a really high number for any sort of normal country. It's not the Erdogan Turkey number or the Argentina number. Both are over 80%. But for a country not at war, that is shockingly bad. Poland still is saying that it will increase its GDP spent on military from wherever it is 2-something% to 3%. So they are not slowing down on their military expenditures. Like most of Eastern Europe, they are not. They're going the militarized democracy route. And given the threats on their door, this is both sane, and we thank them for it.
Thank you, Finance. Thank you very much.
If LoJack is for me, I'll take it. Otherwise, I got to run.
You and me both. Thomas, that was for you. That was the cue for you.
Okay. So I will only just try to add a couple of small bits to this picture of the Poland, and try to think that Poland last year had a 4.8, 4.9% growth of the GDP in a fixed values. Yeah, and it was a wartime on our just border. And so if someone is expecting that this year GDP will be negative, it's a false kind of a direction. That's the first thing. Some people been assessing that the value of the direct help of the to the Ukraine, which been sent from Poland, is roughly about 100 billion zlotych, which is about, let's say, $25 billion. However, this is not a money on the table which was put to buy something and sent to Ukraine. Mostly it is just the value of the equipment which been already possessed by Poland, which been sent. I can agree with Stantman that help of the immigrants from Ukraine will help Poland just the economy, and it work already that way. Many people been just arguing that number of Ukrainians which are which come to the Poland is really too high. However, many people started thinking after looking on the raw numbers, found that us, those people, been able to find a job in Poland. Effectively, what Poland is sending as a new help to the Ukraine, value of those things is roughly of the GDP which is coming from those people who are working in Poland. So we have nothing, let's say, from that. However, we have from that scale effect. So that's the good, because producing more, selling more gives you just is progressed at the moment is, in my opinion, way too low, and it will be way higher than anyone is expecting, because really many things, many processes in Poland already only started, and they will be only increasing, and this will only be speeding up. Poland before was before Ukraine was attacked, was in a kind of a situation of transition from Russia energy sources to other sources from Norway, from Arabic countries, and so on. And that process, roughly at the moment, is finished. Because Poland was in a process of for last couple of years, and this process already is finished. Cost of this transition ended. It will be no more other costs. And though I can tell you one thing, in a whole Europe is, if I remember correctly, 15 or 16 big industries producing just the fertilizers. Only 4 are in Poland. So from that point of view, Polish just the industry is really, natural gas hog, because on producing, for example, nitric fertilizers, you need just a natural gas. So next two biggest industries was just in the Ukraine, which are no longer functioning. So pressure on producing even more in Poland for example, from this sector of the industry is even bigger now. The same is from all plastic components produced from oil and natural gas as well. So which Poland before was as well quite big, significant, just a producer in the whole Europe. So military industry is at the moment booming. Investment are just been really juiced, and it will be that kind of spending on reorganizing this sector coming through next couple of years. Poland is buying a lot of things outside, but is trying as well to produce as much as possible inside of the country, because we have a Ukraine quite close, and from this point of view, logistical and so on, it's way easier to produce just locally something than by transporting and so on. So that's the some kind of a couple of conditions which changed dramatically, which will even increase speed, let's say, second derivative of the speed of the some value, GDP in this case, and by this only, as I said, growth of the Poland GDP in 2023 will be, in my opinion, way higher than anyone is already been able to to assess on the beginning of the 2023. Inflation, it was that effectively were not started in a February, way earlier. Effectively, it started when Russians started fiddling around ETSs, just some permission to just have a CO2 emission, and only that because Poland was just really a huge consumer of the oil and coal and natural gas, started increasing inflation before February. Then it was still kind of a residual, just part of the coming resources, energy resources from Russia, which in the meantime was cut off, and at the moment is effectively zero. And those two factors just increased inflation, and those two factors are no longer working. So chief of the national bank just yesterday's statement was that expected inflation at the end of the year will be between 7 and 8%. So that's the all. So as long as a country is in a very healthy state from point of view of just job market and so on, even inflation is not a kind of a big threat, or is not a biggest threat. Way bigger threat at the moment is just the coming election in the end of the year. And however, I expect that even this factor is overestimated by many just people trying to analyze situation in Poland. So that's all what I can tell. If it will be some kind of a questions, I can stay for a couple of minutes. If not, I will just switch off to listener.
Thanks very much for your contribution. Well, I can't see all of your name, but I do thank you for coming up.
No, it is just my kind of pseudo. Tomasz, Tomek, Tom.
Tom, okay.
Very well. I'm glad to be up here with you. Thank you for staying late on a Friday night. Really appreciate that as well. Haven't had the opportunity to hear all of the conversation at MriyaReport this afternoon, and it is a somewhat quiet news day from the front, from what I can see. Does that mesh with what you've seen from the front, Em?
If we're talking about Bakhmut specifically, yes, just some action to the north. Not to mention the fact that, of course, uh, Russia launched one of its biggest attacks against the entire of Ukraine, um, using drones and several missiles um, to horrible effect.
Yes, I did see that news, and the action to the north of Bakhmut was the reports I've seen are unconfirmed, but it was apparently a combined arms a counterattack launched by Ukraine. But I do not know if it's been successful. So, Celio, your hand is up. Please go ahead. Celio, can you hear us, or can you hear me?
I think it's the lion, Asa.
Yeah, hi, good evening. How are you guys?
Very well, thanks.
All right, so I have a specific question related to Bakhmut. It was reported earlier yesterday from various intelligence sources that actually Bakhmut is expected to fall on the Russian hands in the next few days coming up. I don't know if you have something more specific related to that. Maybe M knows something more and like he's willing to share. I don't know.
There are rumors that there are leopards in Bakhmut.
And if there are leopards hunting in Bakhmut, I wouldn't expect Bakhmut to fall. I do know, I did see a report of a continued wave assaults by Wagner troops in the Kyiv Post. A report that 20 or 30 groups of Wagner troops were making assaults. These are human wave assaults. Each Russian soldier carrying only 2 or 3 magazines. One Ukrainian soldier said that in the last 10 days, by his count, he alone has killed 200 Wagner troops making these human wave assaults. I don't know, Am, did you see that post?
I was actually looking at it right now, and I was also looking at Chuck Furr's most recent update. So according to him, it's 1550 UTC. The update is timed at that, which would make it almost at 16, 18. So almost 6 p.m. my time. So almost 5 hours ago. That, yep, the Wagner PMC forces report attaining a lodgment in the village of Dobovo Vasilivka, and Russian attacks on Orikovo Vasilivska were repelled, and Ukrainian units are reported to have advanced south west of Bakhmut. That's the one that I saw now, and the other one that you've highlighted. That's all that I have on Bakhmut. The lion. If Alan or Joanna have something else, because I've been very occupied with another issue that I was tracking today, please go ahead.
I did put Chuck's Bakhmut map up in the nest for people to take a look at. As I look at it, the mitten that Chuck speaks about whenever we talk about Bakhmut, it isn't as tightly closed around Bakhmut as it has been in the last few days. And it would also appear that the Ukrainians have this opportunity to straighten their lines in Bakhmut, which puts them in a stronger defensive position. So I doubt very much if Bakhmut will fall in, as you say, 36 to 48 hours. It just doesn't ring true to me.
I just checked Chuck's highlight as well. So thanks a lot, guys. But I was specifically referring to intelligence sources, yesterday's intelligence sources. So it's not something that I said, but I also read it like you guys. So
thanks to the Lion and M. Thank you for giving me the entire name, which I can't read on my small phone screen. I can only see 6 letters worth. And the fog of war all along the front line is really impenetrable. We rely on Chuck and John Spencer, Malcolm Nance, James Vasquez, many others who are either there or have access to better intelligence than we have to give us as clear a picture as possible. Joanna, please go ahead.
Sorry, had the troubles unmiking. So about Bakhmut, indeed, there were heavy fights in the northern area, and apparently there are still fights because there are waves of Russian soldiers that are trying to attack in small groups of about 20 to 30 soldiers. In the western part and southern part, it seemed that the situation has ameliorated a little bit. But a week ago, the fall of Bakhmut was imminent, and a month ago, the fall of Bakhmut was imminent, and I believe even in November, the fall of Bakhmut was imminent. So I think we should stay and wait because we don't have all the situations right now, and I still believe that we are in a media blackout mode right now. So let's trust the armed forces of Ukraine. And I will just mention what Colonel John Spencer said, I believe today. He said that the chances of Russian forces in Bakhmut collapsing from attrition and other factors are greater than the chances of a Ukrainian retreat from the city. So I believe they choose to stay and fight, and I believe they are doing this because they consider that it is better to do so. Why? Because if we are considering the losses, and if we are thinking only about the losses, and of course there are losses on Ukrainian side. In another scenario, what are the chances that the losses are reduced? They are staying there to fight because even if they retreat from Bakhmut, later they will have to take it again. So I think it's a calculation, a very cold-minded calculation about this, and I still think that they have like I don't like to use this expression, but kill zone there for the Russians because the Russians are there. So Ukrainians are staying there as long as the Russians will attack. And when there will be a time for retreat, they will retreat. There are still at least two roads for supply and retreat if needed. So the situation is not really critical at this moment. Sorry, it's cold outside and I cannot speak from other place in the house. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. And just before going to Peter's hand, Joanna, if you're going to be with us for just a little while, I know you follow a grain transport across the Black Sea, the grain deal that has 10 days or fewer left in the original negotiation. I hope that we might be able to talk about that a little bit later today as well, as long as you're here. So please stay with us. And with that, Peter, your hand is up. Go ahead, please.
Alan, hi, and good evening to you. Yeah, I mean, you wonder very much at what point do these Russians decide that their chances are better running the other way, or they actually panic and run, or the whole lot. I mean, they must know that that they're on a death mission going forwards, and no matter how much their commanders say, we'll shoot you if you come back, they've got to some point decide, our chances are better going back than going forwards. And I could see it with this complete carnage that they will actually retreat and run.
Well, Peter, that is our hope. That is our wish, and yet Wagner forces and Russian soldiers continue to fight. I mean, Joanna mentioned what John Spencer said earlier today, that the chances of a collapse of Russian forces or a failure of supply of Russian forces is much more likely than Ukrainian withdrawal or the fall of Bakhmut. And I think we have to take John Spencer at his estimate, because he sees intelligence that we certainly do not see.
Yeah, I would hope that he's right, because, and I'm sure he is, he's, we all want this to come to an end soon, and to, it's kind of, I don't know with anybody else, but kind of 1 minute you're up, and the next minute you're down, and then you're up, and then you're down, and you hear great news, and kind of your spirits rise, and then you taper off again. And I mean, we've discussed a lot. There was a guy on today, and he was kind of talking about maybe Russia has to have a victory, and maybe they might turn their attention away from Ukraine. And just that could be a possibility as well.
I think Russia cannot afford to turn its attention away from Ukraine. They're stuck there. They are stuck there until they withdraw all their troops or their army is defeated in the field. And the other thing I will say about these Russian forces and the Russian military doctrine, John Spencer and Chuck Farrer and I were discussing this yesterday, because the Russian way of war goes against my grain almost entirely. I have great difficulty understanding not only how Russians are fighting, expending the lives of soldiers as if these lives are worthless. That is what you have to believe. The Russian commanders believe. They don't care for their men. And that goes against the grain of my spirit so much. I just find it very difficult to grasp how Russians fight, or why they utterly destroy cities like Mariupol and Marinka and Bakhmut, why they target civilians. I get the doctrine. I've heard it. I understand. They want to fight this war of terror against civilians. It just is a very, very difficult strategy for me to comprehend. That's all I mean by that.
Do we actually know the makeup of these troops that they're using at the moment? The social makeup. How many are kind of these convicts who they probably don't care about anyway. I mean, they do probably see them as meaningless. How many are actually Russian conscripts? How many are Russian trained forces and stuff like that? Do we have that breakdown at all?
I do not have it. It's a detail that is a bit beyond my knowledge. Maybe the Lion knows something. The Lion.
No, I actually put my hand up for the next question. Sorry, I'll skip this one.
We'll come back to you, but Peter, I have no good answer for you. All I know is that Wagner forces continue to attack in Bakhmut. That Prigozhin released a video today complaining even more about lack of supplies from the Russian Ministry of Defense, and also announcing that after Wagner forces took Bakhmut, they were going to reform the army. It was no longer going to be necessarily in service of Russia, but would become an ideological army. No one knows what he means by that. So there you go. The Lion, on to your next question, please.
Yeah, about the yesterday's attacks. Like, how come that the air defense system was sort of like lacking in I don't know what happened yesterday, basically.
Line, basically, are you asking about the low hit rate against incoming missiles?
Exactly. Yes, thank you.
I'm sure Ioana can get that, but basically, Ukraine does not have all the required systems in place yet that can target specific incoming cruise missiles, depending on their altitude and velocity and I keep forgetting that word, trajectory. Ioana, please go ahead.
Yes, so the attack happened in the night 8 to 9 March. There was a total of 81 6 KH-22, 6 KH-22, 6 KH-47. These are the Kinjals, 2 KH-59, 13 S-300. This is an air defense system and the Russians are using it in a ground-to-ground mode. In total, the Ukrainians managed to intercept 34 out of the 48 caliber cruise missiles in general. So 34 out of 48. The problem is that the Kinjals cannot be intercepted. They are ballistic hypersonic missiles. And also the KH-22, they are hypersonic and a very difficult type of missile to intercept. These are the anti ship missiles, anti-ship missiles, and they are very with a very large warhead. If you remember the building in Dnipro that was hit, it was hit with this type of missile. So basically, they intercept. Yeah, sorry.
I do remember the building in Dnipro.
Yes, so it's a very powerful and dangerous missile. So they basically intercepted the normal ratio for the cruise missiles, but the hypersonic missiles, they still do not have the capacity to intercept them. And the S-300s in ground-to-ground mode are very difficult to intercept because they are launched from nearby. Basically, there are launchers on the occupied territory, and the time of flight is very short, so you don't have the capacity to intercept them. So that's why. And from the Shahed drones, 4 of them were intercepted. It is also we have to note that it was a saturation attack, 81 aerial targets in the same time. It's very difficult for any system to engage with some such a load of missiles, and there are for the last waves, there were reports that they are using also other type of decoy targets in order to overwhelm the radar capabilities of the defense system. So indeed, it was a very big missile wave that night. What we have to notice is that yes, there were victims. 11 people died, and some were wounded. I don't have the exact number. There were 8 objectives of infrastructure objectives that were hit, but the damage seems not to be so high. For example, in Kiev, an electrical power station was hit, but it was repaired in 24 hours. In Kharkiv, a thermal station, heating station was hit, but apparently they managed also to repair. And overall, even if there were some problems in Odessa region, in Kharkiv region, and in 2 or 3 other regions of Ukraine, from the point of view of electricity, no big power cuts were necessary in order to repair all the systems. So yes, it was a very sad night, 8 March. You know, the Russians celebrate the Women's Day, so they chose a very a telling date for this. But the consequences compared to the number of missiles were not so high. Of course, the loss of life is always very saddening. So, and also to notice, it is evaluated that this missile wave costed about $500 million. The Russians, well, between 480 and 600. I chose a conservative value. So yeah, they wasted $500 million in a night like this, just to damage infrastructure and to target civilians.
I was first of all, thank you so much. And as soon as I saw I'm like co-hosting, I thought, okay, I'll ask some of the spicy questions, but you know, you just you answered it so well.
Go ahead and ask the spicy questions for him.
Prize, so that's good.
What is this? Late night sausage shop?
I think it was meant as a compliment.
No, I know. I'm fighting. I'm pushing back. No spices. Spicy question for everyone. It's a spicy.
You know
It's a,
about the spices. About
spicy
the
space.
about the spices, I will give you a Georgian joke. You know that there were the manifestation in Georgia, the protest, and they were treated by the police with pepper spray. And the Georgians, you know, they are renowned for their very spicy food, and they put up some signs saying, "We are not afraid of pepper."
Exactly.
And plus, it was, hey, it was Women's International Day. Come on.
So you got your International Day. The 364 days for men are started. We're good. All right, joking aside, Joanna, do you have a follow-up?
Oh, no follow-up for now. I just noticed that we lost Alan.
No, Alan is back, but as a speaker. So, Alan, welcome back. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. We're trying to sort out this CH swap. Apologies. I only came up as speaker, but I will be back as CH with you just as quickly as I can, M.
No worries. Feel free to operate as a co-host until that gets sorted out. Randy, please go ahead, sir.
Hi. I got some information on the percent conscripts in the Russian units now. You might be able to extrapolate from what we heard, saw posted on Twitter, the 155th Naval Infantry that attacked in Vuhledar had a 250% turnover of personnel since the beginning of the war. In that unit, which you saw their tank and APC driving skills on the minefield. That unit was 2/3 conscripts, according to at least one source. And certainly the way they were driving their vehicles would tend to confirm that. It looks like it's fairly obvious that to keep the number of units in the field, the conscripts are being pumped into existing units where there is at least a core cadre of veterans. So I think it's going to be extremely problematic. I commented once before on the space that in the Second World War, I studied a lot the history, the replacements in American units who were going through the similar kind of meat grinder marching from the beaches in Italy and France. Some of the people in the unit commented they didn't even bother to learn the names of the replacements because they figured in a week or two they wouldn't be there. They basically had about 5 or 6 days to learn how to be soldiers, and if they did, or they wouldn't last. The casualty rate among replacement troops is always extremely high, especially when they're poorly or almost not trained at all. In the case now of Russia, so the conscripts are almost going to be useless in units, and I think when the fighting becomes more mobile and the units have to act with more initiative and more complicated situations, it's going to show up even more, as it did in Vuhledar.
All right, thank you, Randy. Shaggy, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. A question for oh, she's gone. Iona. Oh no, he's down there still. I'm just wondering if you know how many missiles overflew Moldova. And second question: were all the missiles kind of fired from their kind of regular spots, as it were, their regular boxes? Seem to be kind of coming from like 4 different places. I think. I don't know if they were their regular spots though. Thanks.
So about Moldova, initially there was a report that a few missiles, 2 or 3, flew over Moldova. But I don't know what to say exactly about that because Moldova denied. So the Defense Ministry of Moldova said that they followed the airspace. Well, they watched the airspace of Moldova, and they denied that missiles crossed the airspace of Moldova. So taking this into account, I will not pronounce myself onto this. It's a complicated matter, so we'll stick to what we have, what we officially have. About the launching points, one of the launching points is the Caspian Sea. We know that. For the caliber missiles is the Black Sea. They have ships in the Black Sea, and I believe they can launch from the submarines, but I'm not aware if this happened this time. And other points of launch, they can fly M31s, for example, from Belarus and launch from there. So basically, these are the launching point for the cruise and the ballistic missiles. For the S-300s, is practically all the occupied territory. They are, for example, launching this kind of missiles in the Kharkiv Oblast. I'm not speaking about the city, but the Oblast. Kharkiv, Sumy, Chernihiv, Mykolaiv, in the region of Mykolaiv, in Zaporozhye, all over the occupied territories where they have S-300 launchers, they can launch. So basically, that's it for the launching points.
All right, thanks very much. I had about 5 other questions, but basically you answered them all in your very concise answers. So thanks very much for that. And I'll drop down again.
If may I just a couple of seconds. Thank you for giving a mic. I must leave. Good evening or good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas, for being with us. Good night. All right. back to the quiet Friday night, I guess. So, if you have any questions or if you'd like to bring any topics for discussions, feel free to send us a speaker request. The Lion, do you have your hand up again?
Yeah, sorry. Can we divert a little bit from? Since you're there, I wanted to ask you about the Egyptian pound. What's going on with the economy? But I mean, if you want to skip it, by all means, it's up to you.
Yeah, well, it's a sad story. Well, the Egyptian pound will probably lose another 20% of its value by the end of June, if not earlier. The Central Bank of Egypt is probably going to raise interest rates by 300 basis point at the end of the month after tracking the results of the next meeting of the Federal Reserve Bank. Inflation is pretty much out of control. The current rate is 30.5 on the official market. The black market rate has gone up to 33.5 pounds per dollar. And year over year, so by end of January, begin mid-Feb last year, 2022, the exchange rate went up from 15.6 to 18.4, 18.6, and a year later, it's basically at 30.5. So the root cause is government spending that hasn't yielded any value or added to the economy. And the sociopolitical and socioeconomic policies that are preventing people from operating freely so as not to accumulate wealth, so as not to pursue their political rights. Infrastructure projects with bloated budgets and coast overruns and late deliveries. Yeah, and a bunch of things. So right now, it's the situation is dire, but we'll see. Kind of got used to it.
Thanks, Em.
Thank you.
And thanks, the Lion. Joanna, in the few minutes that you might have remaining with us, I hope we can take a look at the Black Sea grain deal. Now, fewer than 10 days remain on that deal as originally negotiated. I also have noticed that Turkey is now blocking transportation of sanctioned goods through Turkey into Russia. Is it possible that renegotiation of the grain deal and this latest Turkish action are related?
Well, I'm not sure about this. I thought about this, but it's difficult to say if they are related because practically Turkey is a mediator in this deal. It's not um, involved as a partner. Other that the fact that it controls the straits and it allows for the control of the ship, which is kind of weird because I don't know why such a control is necessary, and we already know that Russia is doing everything to lengthen the time and to slow this controlling process. For the outbound ships from Ukraine loaded with grain, such a control is really not necessary. Maybe just for the inbound ship to be assured that there are not military assets that are brought into Ukraine, but that's another thing. So the grain deal will end on 18th of March. Currently, negotiations are in place. 2 days ago, Gutierrez went to Kyiv and talked with President Zelensky. We don't know any details about this talk. At least I don't know, and I didn't see in the news. I know that Russia wants to obtain something from these negotiations. It wanted this from the first time, but it was refused. And Russia is interested to obtain a way to transport ammonia through the territory of Ukraine, through a pipeline to the port of Odessa in order to export ammonia. Ammonia is a product that is used for fertilizers, and it can be transported in a liquid form through a pipeline. So that's what Russia wants. It was refused for the previous negotiation. Right now, I don't know what the deal is. I think that Ukraine is not agreeing with this demand. Russia is claiming that it cannot export fertilizers because of the sanctions. We have to notice that note that fertilizers are not in the sanctions, so are not affected by the sanctions. But Russia has problems because of other things, indirect things from the sanctions. For example, the payments or the transporting of goods or the insurance. So its export of fertilizers is affected in a way, in an indirect way. So that's what Russia wants. I don't know details. We have still 10 days. I can give you the figures, the latest figures. With the grain deal, 23.6 million tons of agricultural goods were delivered. The main part of this is corn and wheat. Currently, 2 ships are waiting for to be controlled. And I have some other 3 ships went into Odessa for loading. So I have some other details, but it's complicated. Maybe we won't go there. I think we have to wait to see for the next 10 days what happens about the grain deal. That's all I know for now.
Thanks, Joanna. That's very helpful. How has Russia slowed this grain deal down by slow rolling inspections of Ukrainian outbound ships? Russian inspectors could board twice as many ships a day as they do, and by either canceling inspections or not carrying them out at all, they create this backlog of Ukrainian ships loaded and ready to deliver grain. And of course, Russian ships continue to steal Ukrainian grain and deliver it themselves and profit from that theft. Is that accurate, Joanna?
Exactly. So they indeed slowed the inspections. I don't know why they increased the inspection time and made the inspection like maximum. I think it was 10 ships per day. They can do better than this. This is sure. At one moment, I believe 96 ships were waiting in queue at the strait to pass these inspections, which the number is it's impossible to understand why they slowed it. Well, we can understand, but yeah, they shouldn't have slowed it down like this. And indeed, we have at least 2 or 3 instances of Russian ships passing the Bosphorus with grain. They departed from the port of Berdyansk, and probably it is Ukrainian grain because there is no reason for Russian grain to arrive in Berdyansk. So yes, Turkey allowed Russia to pass the straits with stolen grain, and the destinatory was most probably Syria. At least in 2 cases, it was Syria. For another ship, I don't know exactly. It was a ship that practically went to Egypt. It was refused. Then to Libya, it was refused because they knew what the cargo is, let's say, and probably it arrived still in Syria, because in Syria they are allowed to unload. About Syria, there is another interesting thing. A few days ago, 2 or 3 days ago, a cargo ship, a civilian cargo ship that departed from Syria, passed through the straits, having as destination the port of Novorossiysk in Russia, so eastern Black Sea. There is a port there, Novorossiysk. Russians are complaining that they do not have a warm water port, but they have one. The problem is they are not investing in it, and they are not developing it because they have Sevastopol. So Novorossiysk is a perfectly good port to use if they want, but they didn't invest in it. Anyway, that ship arrived in Novorossiysk, and apparently there are indications that it transported military assets. One crazy idea is that, for example, the Russian ships that are in Mediterranean, because there are Russian ships in the Mediterranean Sea. Sorry, I'm kind of tired. Unloaded the missiles that they were carrying because they cannot pass through the straits, being military ships. Unloaded them in Syria, and then from Syria they were transported to Russia, either by sea or by other way. So if it is the case, it's really a very serious case. It's just a speculation for the moment, so it's not confirmed in any way. Don't take it for granted, but it is a possibility. So yeah, the situation is kind of difficult. And coming back to your previous point about Turkey saying that it will apply the sanctions from now, maybe somebody talked to Turkey and said, you know, we kind of closed the eyes until now, but it's time to go to the good side, you know, of history. Yeah, Turkey played a very played both teams in this conflict. Openly, it supported Ukraine, and we thank Turkey for that, with weaponry, with humanitarian help, with mediation, and a lot of things, with the Bayraktar drones and so on. But also it helped Russia a lot because, for example, the trade between Russia and Turkey increased threefold in the last year. So
I think it's simply a case of Turkey finding itself in a position to profit from increased trade with Russia, profit as a gatekeeper of the Bosporus, and profit as actually a member of NATO, needed to approve membership of Sweden and Finland, and trying to extract something in exchange for that. So in this way, Turkey is in a rather powerful position, and Erdogan himself is in a powerful position. He's facing re-election, of course, or an election. Will he be re-elected? We don't know. Mockers, welcome with your hand up. Good to see you.
Good evening. I just thought I'd bring you something amusing. Russia has requested a UN assembly on the problem of Russophobia. I thought we might want to put together just to, you know, for that in particular.
So if I'm not mistaken, phobia means fear. And Russia wants to instill fear in everybody. So the fact that now people have Russophobia isn't what they wanted.
And yet they achieved it in spades. I've also got something fun for you from Chris Owicki, if you would like it.
Indeed, we do. Go ahead.
Okay, so our friend Chris has produced another post about Mobilised and their general complaints, and the fact that it's continuing, basically. Many issues with the Mobilised. And when I get to the start of the thread, I will actually read some of it out to you. I will in a minute. There we go. Right. So we all know there's been lots of videos posted by grumpy, unhappy Russian soldiers recently. And so Chris has had a deeper look at the major factors of their fights. So he's given a summary of the general videos and the time for posting, and he's given us an idea of where these people are coming from, which is basically all the periphery areas and Kaliningrad. So what they're doing in these videos is appealing to Putin himself, appealing to the Tsar. And it's a deep tradition going back in Russian history for centuries. Petitions by the people to their Tsar for mercy or whatever it is that they're after. Shush. Sorry, that was the cat. They also have some sort of unconscious formulation reflected in their appeal to dear Vladimir Vladimirovich. Soldiers appearing to the Tsar would begin with, and this is in the past, this is what they would actually say, is Sovereign, Tsar and Grand Prince, whatever your name is, your slave humbly beseeches you. And this is basically what they're doing, but in new words. Importantly, petitioning the Tsar was regarded as being a right for the people, that they had the right to petition directly to the Tsar, and hopefully he would listen and give them his mercy. Obviously, this was in the time of Nicholas II, and it's not quite the same anymore. So Putin has revised these Tsarist tropes to quite a striking degree. So the Mobics are sort of falling into this very old-fashioned sort of routine. So the first wave of appeal videos were posted in September, October, when they were being rushed to the front lines to plug gaps. And so obviously they had quite a similar theme to the latest videos that have turned up. So the videos generally complain about being sent without training. They're told they'll be assigned to territorial defence or to guard some rearguard area, and yet they end up on the front line. Their commanders are thoroughly absent. They're lacking equipment and armoured vehicles. They have no fire support. Their communications are rubbish. Their orders are unclear. Unnecessary casualties are taken due to all of the above, and medical help and evacuation is not always available. They do not protest the war itself, as this would be considered outside of the bounds of their legitimate discussion. They always proclaim their loyalty and willingness to fight, and do not question the premise in which they're fighting in the first place. Interestingly, the current wave of videos, they do not complain about lack of food or water. Yet in autumn, that was pretty much what they were complaining about. So perhaps food and water logistics have been fixed. Another consistent theme in the videos is describing how they've been ordered to carry out assaults with no training. And this was, again, a similar theme in the original videos last autumn. Last autumn, they complained specifically about being thrown into battle in a desperate attempt to hold back the Ukrainian forces. And there was a suggestion that the Russians would use the winter months to train these Mobics as a proper assault group. However, it doesn't appear that they have. Instead, they were trained as territorial defence and then found themselves retasked on the front with little or no preparatory training. So it's definite to say that they were deliberately deceived about what they were going to be doing. They were given improper training. And one of the main issues is that the Russian army units, when they reach the front, they're being disbanded from their original units and incorporated into local forces. And the local forces don't get along with them. The two republics, the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, each have an army of their own. They were equipped with some very obsolete World War II era weapons and 80-year-old rifles. So these particular corps get very upset when parts of the Russian army turn up. They've been known to tell them, we've survived for 8 years without you and we don't need you now. Obviously, there's a shortage of personnel and they're having to take these extra mobilised people in, but they're not pleased about it. So, remarkably, the mobilization was a very brutal process. There were literally people seen snatched off the streets and impressed into the army. Prisoners and students were also forcibly conscripted, and exemptions for age or infirmity were generally ignored. So they've got lots of reasons to be cheesed off, to be fair. In several videos, they complained that their transfer was not documented, or they've not been given military IDs, or they were only updated with partial information. They are concerned that without proper records, they are considered off the books, and there'll be no record of their war service, so they won't be able to get their certificates or their pensions or their veterans privileges. And if they die, their family will not get paid. So they're very concerned about that. They're not offered any leave because they're not technically proper. And conveniently for the MOD, their deaths would be on the casualty rolls of the LNR and DNR and not on the Russian MOD's books. Can you see how the Russian MOD might be doing this for a reason? In a particular video, they've been told directly by their officers they are expendable and will only return home if they are injured beyond being able to fight. So, yeah, what Russian morale doing? I would say none of that is going to make their morale any better. And I have now finished waffling. Please go.
Thank you, Mockers. I've also seen videos and reports of newly mobilized Russians actually being lost behind the front lines or lost in Donetsk City, unable to find the units they have been assigned to. Some of these poor Russian Mobics have been declared deserters. M, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was going to wish everyone good night. It's midnight here, so thank you everyone for having me and for your questions and for your comments and for the discussions and for the updates. Joanna, Marcus, Alan, Ethical, Lion, and the spicy questions. And yeah, so see you again soon. It's been great to be with you tonight. So good night, everyone, and another co-host will take over now.
Good night, Em, and thank you very much for filling in with me here tonight. Much appreciated. Your insights are valued. So don't be gone too long. You know, the other thing I've seen, Mockers, back in Russia itself, in the courtrooms, judges are offering leniency for minor offenses if recruits to the army. Recruits to the army. I heard on a drunk driving a problem or arrest or something like that. Would you accept leniency and go to the army? I don't think I would.
Well, I'd be a bit loath to myself, to be honest. Yeah, there's definitely some issues when they get to the front or get anywhere near the front. They seem to be lacking an awful lot of things that would make them even slightly useful. And that's their major complaint, that if they're sent out without enough ammunition, without any training, what good are they? And obviously they can't say that they really don't want to fight. I mean, you know, that's not something that's really permissible. So they have to moan about the things which they can moan about. I get it, but we've also seen some people absolutely refusing to fight, saying, send me to prison. And I hope that spreads, I really do.
Well, this is what Chuck Farrer calls mutiny, and it's certainly on the verge of mutiny. And in terms of not being given weapons and ammunition to fight with, we also saw a report earlier today from a Ukrainian soldier in Bakhmut, describing the human wave attacks. So 20 to 30 groups of Russian soldiers, mostly Wagner forces, advancing, but only having 2 or 3 magazines with them. And what does this mean? It means they are advancing to hopefully cause the Ukrainians to run out of ammunition. They are there simply to absorb bullets. One Ukrainian soldier said that in the last 10 days, he has killed 200 of these Russian assault troops single-handedly. So it's not working, and again, it mystifies me how Russians could devalue life to 0 and less than 0. It's a struggle for me. I simply have to accept it. I see what they do in Ukraine. I see the genocide they commit. I understand there is something deeply wrong with Russian culture and with Russian people. It's sad to see, difficult to accept, and that is the world we live in. Dr. Nick, I see you have come up. What do you have for us?
I just came to say hi, but I noticed that Celion Aesop has his hand up first, so perhaps we should see what they have to say.
Yes, we should. The lion, go ahead, please.
Yeah. Hi again. I was actually like I wanted to go back to the first topic that Mokers started about Russophobia. I don't know if she has like a more specific detail in relation to that, because basically one of the special guests that usually comes in MriyaReport on the space, Ivana Straitner. I don't know if you guys remember the lady, Ivana.
Yeah.
Ivana basically, yeah. I don't know if you know more, Mockers, or you just mentioned the Russophobia topic. I mean, just to open a conversation. So, do you want me to fill in for that, or if you?
Oh
have
yeah,
more
go ahead.
Okay. So basically, Ivana, yesterday, she wrote a really nice piece at the Kyiv Post, in relation to Russophobia. Recently, and specifically in the past 5 months, the Russian government has been using Russophobia as a political weapon. And I would highly suggest, and I'm even going to like DM it later on, because the article is like very well pinned out. They're launching a new attack pretty soon, because the Russians, they know quite well how the West is very uncomfortable with being accused of being racist, and how the West is very sensitive towards this certain topic from many different countries and from many people from all over the world. So they this is exactly their tactic, and this is exactly what they do. Basically, they use things that West is uncomfortable about, and they turn it into weapons, such as this one. So this is actually a topic to be watched and looked at in the next few months coming up, especially after hopefully Ukraine gains Bakhmut. They will get more and more aggressive. We will start to realize this in disinformation on all social media platforms, and specifically on the Russophobia topic. This is what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Lion. And I agree with you that they will indeed use it as another stick to shake. However, I'm thoroughly against the Russian aggression, and I'm quite happy to admit it. Ming the Merciless Fella, good evening.
Thanks, Mockers. On this Russophobia thing, right, that this is something that we saw at the very, very early stages of the war. I mean, I even have a throwaway Twitter account, which is like, from memory, it's the Witchfinder General, you know, and hunting witches since 1640 or whatever it is, and now, you know, hunting Russians. It's just a propaganda thing that comes up from the Russians from time to time, and we, you know, we had it really early on. It comes in waves. You know, it's a sort of, you know, up and down cycle, and it's absolutely meaningless that they bring it up now, because, you know, the key point in it all is at the end of, you know, they accuse us of being racist by doing it, but the Ukrainians and the Russians are fundamentally the same race, so it's absolutely nonsense.
Same race, different cultures, different people, different motivations in life, as we all know. The Ukrainians, a peaceful people aiming at prosperity as a member of the EU, and a protected people, a secure people aiming at membership in NATO. And they need both membership in the EU, membership in NATO. Thinking ethically, I think I recognize you. Please go ahead.
Yes, hello. I Em and I were having a very good conversation earlier about the 500,000 or so. What would you say, the expatriates, the draft dodgers, and where they're landing, and the risk that they're causing in the Western world, and much of this Russophobia is about them. It's to stir up and maybe even use them as a way to stir up this idea that they're being persecuted against in these free lands that they've been gifted with, that they've been entitled to, that they've been allowed to vacation in, given their socioeconomic higher class than the neighboring Muslim hordes that march off to battle and certain death. So the nature of this Russophobia is purely disinformational. From my point of view, it is a ruse, and it's a way for us to forget our Ukrainian refugees and instead become more compassionate toward these poor boys who have evaded the responsibilities of, well, what shall I say, being born in a totalitarian, authoritarian, genocidal state. So that's all I had to say about the Russophobia that's currently brewing as a form of propaganda.
It is propaganda. More than 1 million of these expats have landed in various countries all around the world. They've landed in Georgia in great numbers, in Kazakhstan, in Turkey, in Dubai, in Thailand, in Mexico, even in some EU countries. And what do they do when they get there? They stir up trouble. They try to beat up Ukrainians. They commit crimes against the Ukrainians on the streets as if they're common thugs. And some of them have been arrested and deported back to Russia, a much better place for them to be. But yeah, Russophobia. I mean, please, you are coming to free nations, as you say, thinking ethically. And you benefit from those freedoms or this free vacation that you're getting while you're trying to take freedom away from Ukraine, while you're committing genocide, which is the ultimate denial of freedom. Mockers.
Yeah, I've just got a little update of the day's good news.
which is that the Belgian Parliament has recognised Holodomor as a genocide of the Ukrainian people. Japan is providing aid to Ukraine with around 170 million to rebuild critical infrastructure. Renk AG, which produces parts for German Leopard 2 tanks and French Leclerc tanks, has increased its capacity and expanded its staffing. Norway will provide Ukraine with 2 more complete NASAMS rocket launchers in cooperation with the United States. The US has intelligence on Russia's government, on Russia's involvement with overthrow the government in Moldova. Turkey has banned the transit of sanctioned goods to Russia through their territory since March 1st, and Switzerland has stated it will not change its policy, unfortunately, of export of weapons to Ukraine. However, the rest of those things are all good things. And you know what they tell me? They tell me that Russia is losing. Sorry, back to you, Alan. I had to bring that news.
That is all good news. Every day brings good news that we should pay attention to. News about Russia being increasingly isolated. News about Ukraine being supported more and more by many, many more nations around the world in ways that make a difference, that will help them win this war, and that will help Ukraine rebuild its prosperity in the future. Lexicon, please go ahead.
Hello. I wanted to say in my little trawling around through interviews on YouTube, I have just encountered the first sane and responsible Russian person so far. Doubtless there are people here who know of her, know her. She is named Vasilina Orlova, and she teaches at the University of Texas. Maybe Dr. Nick's heard of her, or West Texas, but I think it was Texas. And she's an anthropologist. And little checklist here. So it was this guy who does Silicon Curtain, he's Jonathan Fink, interviewed her. So he does big, nice long interviews. And in my checklist, she has the correct, excellent position on Crimea and all the borders of Ukraine. In fact, she demands that Russia de-imperialize itself. Well, she says other people will lead the way. Decent Russians have to give platform and openness to these other people, but that Russia is imperialist and needs to be de-imperialized, and that the colonies, all this many colonies, are the ones that want the decolonization. She says that Russian so-called liberals have got to state clearly what the sovereign borders of Russia are, and to state that they will observe, respect them, i.e. no South Ossetias and Abkhazias and stuff, as well as no Donbasses and Crimeas. She also has the similar critique of Navalny, that he has not ever made clear his position, this position on Crimea, and that his team has got to say that. It's got to be their policy, this respect of the borders, and that Crimea must be returned. She considers that what Russia has done in Crimea is settler colonialism. Love it myself. And she defines clearly that Russia has to adopt a policy that all those Russians who have settled there and colonized Crimea since 2014 Russia must offer them all the means to come home, provide them jobs, whatever, resettlement. Those who might wish to stay can expect nothing more than that Ukraine might offer them temporary residence if they agree to undertake a program of learning Ukrainian and learning about history and culture and so on, and that if they should pass a test eventually, they might have some sort of status in Ukraine. So basically, these kinds of positions that are, easy to clearly articulated. There's nothing terribly complex about what you people in Crimea. Really worth listening to. So
if you want to check out Jonathan Fink's Silicon Curtain, this was also 2 weeks ago. It's amazing, all these interviews that were done 2 weeks ago that I'm finding in my afternoons. But I thought it'd be interesting to hear if anyone has heard of Vasilina Orlova, and I have followed her, and I will check her out further. But it's quite astonishing.
Thank you, Lexicon. You know, I think she's widely listened to, especially by younger Russians. As you mentioned, Russians colonizing Crimea. It's not colonization, it's theft. What have these Russians in Crimea done? They have taken homes away from Ukrainians, they've occupied them. Russia has declared vacant homes owned by Ukrainians free to take. Where did these Ukrainians in Crimea go? Well, they went back to unoccupied Ukraine. So it's not exactly colonization. It is outright theft of Ukrainian property and occupation of it. So they need to be thrown out. Lexicon, go ahead.
Yeah, well, it's good that she's using this term settler colonialism, because that refers to the kind of thing, there's been that sort of classical colonization when people went in to rip off resources. But what we've had since about, the 1990s, people writing about settler colonialism, the sort we have in Canada, where the settler came to stay. Yes, they ripped off the resources and labor of people who were either there or people they brought there. But this the settler comes to stay, so you usurp the land, you take what's there for yourself, and then you can pretend that this isn't the same. It's the old "we built this country" kind of thing. So that precisation, this specifying as she does, is quite interesting and can receive a hearing in, say, the Western Hemisphere, and people studying this in Australia and so on. Settler colonialism.
Yeah, well, of course, Crimea is not open for settler colonialism.
No, well, did the Indigenous people in Canada open themselves up for? Did they ask for it?
Of course not. I'm just going to suggest if the Russians want to colonize someplace, the moon is available, Mars is available, a few asteroids, and also now because of the ability to find planets in star systems far away, I would suggest they go there and leave Crimea alone. Peter, your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I think they moved, if I'm correct, they moved 800,000 Russians into Crimea, which is a huge number. But I just wanted to point out that to move your own citizens into an occupied country is actually a war crime. It is categorized as a war crime. I think there is no way that Crimea can remain with Russia, because it's his intent with Crimea is not tolerable. I mean, he wants to make it a big military base to control the Black Sea, to take over the coastline of Ukraine, in the Sea of Azov, and to basically control all the places around the Black Sea. So I think, particularly with this war, Crimea cannot possibly stay with Russia.
Those are good figures to know, Peter. 800,000 Russians moved into Crimea. It is a huge number of people. And as you say, it is a war crime to pour your own people into an illegally annexed territory and to then call it whatever you want to call it. In this case, the Russians want to call it Russia. Well, Crimea ain't Russia, never will be. Peter, I'd like to move on to one more hand. If you could mute your mic, but please stay up as speaker. We'll come back to you. Shaggy, go ahead.
Yeah, on the subject of speakers, tomorrow in London at the LSE, the London School of Economics Centre building auditorium, there's a whole day of speakers regarding Ukraine. The actual event is called, hang on, let me just pull up my browser. It's called Solidarity with Ukraine, and I mean literally it starts about 10:30 in the morning, goes on until about 6 o'clock in the evening. There's there's people I've never heard of before, but there's Anna Ackerman. Some of the speakers are Alexandra Matvichuk, the head of the Centre of Civil Liberties, coordinator of Euromaidan SRS. There's Mary Calder, Professor Emeritus of Global Governance, the Director of Conflict and Civicness Research Group. Anna Ackerman, she's some NGO person. Luke Cooper, there's a few MPs going there as well, speaking, British MP speaking. Luke Cooper, Director of Peace Reps Ukrainian Programme and Senior Research Fellow with the Conflict and Civicness Research Group. Loads of people go through. So yeah, it starts about 10:30, goes on till it looks like 5 o'clock actually. Tickets are free. I've already ordered my ticket. So I'm going to be trying to get there. I'm off tomorrow. It's my Monday off. So I'm going to be heading in there. So yeah, it's on their website. It's actually, I put it on my feed as well. A couple of stories back on my feed. If anybody wants to have a little look and see what's going on there, if you happen to be in London tomorrow, you want to pop by. That's it.
Excellent idea, Shaggy. Show your solidarity with Ukraine in London tomorrow, and join Shaggy. He might not look like his avatar, but who knows? Maybe you will recognize him in the crowd.
Oh, you'll recognize me, all right. I'll be wearing I'll be kitted out Ukrainian style, well, fella style. I'll have my Georgian Legion sweatshirt on. I'll have my hat on. I'm going to take my fella flag with me, my big massive fella flag. I'll take my big massive UK stroke UA, pretty hell, multi flag. Yeah, I'm going to be there, all kitted out, and yeah, you'll probably you might see photos.
So, go look for Shaggy tomorrow in London, and stand in solidarity with Ukraine. It sounds like an extraordinary event, and a good long event, which we need more of in cities all over the world.
Yeah, I missed the protests in London on the 24th because I happened to be pretty sick that day, even though I'd booked the day off and everything. So I owe this, so I'm going.
Very good. Mockers.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask or tell you that there appears to have been some booms in Bakhmut this evening. Rather large explosions, as far as I can tell. JDAMs? Question mark.
How big are the explosions?
They're quite pretty. They're loud. Somebody sent me a video of just loud noises, and then I got a video of what appeared to be some fireworks on the horizon, and then a big fire. So it's very dark though, and the caption reads, "This is Bakhmut." And well, I'm hoping it was Bakhmut in obviously the Russian areas. It did look quite warm, so hopefully we'll learn more if nobody is forthcoming with any more information than that.
Well, I'm going to look for it also. I'd love to know just what part of Bakhmut this explosion took place in, because the fighting is intense, both in the east of the city, the south southwest, and in the north northwest. So, my God, I hope it's JDAMs. I really do.
I've also got some news from the 92nd Brigade, and the videos will probably come out in the next few days. But I would say that the 92nd have had a very good day today. They are in the north area. That's the best I can do at the moment. But their report was that many were laid to rest today, of orcs, obviously. And you will see some videos tomorrow at the earliest. So hopefully there's going to be, things to know about tomorrow. It does sound as though there might be some decent numbers tomorrow. Not that today's numbers were not decent. They were certainly pretty darn good. But yeah, I am hearing that there may have been some sort of things going on, which we'll be glad to hear more about tomorrow. Put it that way.
That would be great. And when you say north, do you mean Kremina? Or do you mean north of Bakhmut?
Let me see. The exact statement was north of Chernopapivka, wherever the heck that is.
I can't tell you where the heck that is myself. Joanna, do you know?
Yeah, it's in the Kremina region. Kremina Svatove line. I think it's north of Svatove.
Okay, that's good. That's good to know.
But I raised my hand for two plain news, if you want them.
Always.
So the first one is kind of sad, but there is a twist. Ukrainian plane was completely destroyed in the Bakhmut region, but it was a monument. Yeah, the Russians destroyed the monument in Bakhmut. It was the monument of a MiG-17. So basically, I think that in destroying such a thing. Yeah, so this is one news. And another news, Su-27 was destroyed in Russia by some, I cannot call them partisans, but somebody who is against the Russian planes or something like this. It was set on fire in the Vladivostok airport.
I saw that, and this is some kind of partisan group active inside Russia and Vladivostok, the farthest western port. I believe that Russia has on the Pacific, and all I can say is, wow. I do hope it is Russian partisan action, Russians against this war and against Putin, who have the ability to do this. It would be amazing news.
Well, we do know that there are a couple of small partisan groups definitely active within Russia. Now, one of those groups, I've forgotten the name. Anyway, one of those groups appears to specifically target military sign-up offices, and they have a project called the Stop the Tracks project, or something along those lines. Stop the trains, and they are the ones that are specifically going around targeting train signalling boxes and things like that, and train tracks, and a bit of information as to how to sabotage train tracks and signals, and what things burn best. So they are certainly active, but taking out of an aircraft, any of those aircraft that they lose has got to be a bit of a blow, considering what they're losing on a regular basis at the moment, and the fact that they can't repair things either. They've got a bit of an issue with their sanctions, haven't they? That's a terrible shame.
You know who we might be joined with in just a few minutes here tonight is Chuck Farrer to give us the latest news from Bakhmut, from Kremlin. Joanna brought up this news from Kremlin, as did Mockers, of a possible JDAM's attack up on that line of engagement. So, Chuck might be here in 5 or 10 minutes. Let's give him a little time to organize his notes so that he can bring us up to date. It would be really important to know what is happening tonight. Mockers, just back to you for a moment.
Yeah, well, from what I've heard, there's definitely been things happening today and tonight. There was cotton rising over the Kimburn Spit earlier on today on some photographs that I saw. So yeah, there's definitely been some action today. And I'm just looking. Oh, bless! I'm just looking at a guy on a scooter in Georgia, fearlessly scooting around right along the line of the riot police. One of them tried to kick him off his scooter, but he missed, so that's quite funny as well. But what a dude!
The women even put stickers, on the shields of the policemen, stickers with hearts and the flag of Georgia, and so amazing people.
I saw that earlier, and the fact that the policeman is giving her a thumbs up behind the riot shield, that sort of meant something to me, because he obviously, he was stood there doing his job, but he had no malice towards those people who were protesting. It was obvious to him that he didn't want to have to do anything other than hold his line. We even saw policemen, maybe a policeman actually take off his jacket and step out of his police car just in a t-shirt and his trousers, joined the protesters, and that to me was incredible. That's what they need to happen. They need, to sort of win over the authority on the policeman's side in a way, because they're not going to quit. So it is really the society that's demanding change now, and it gives me hope for the future. It really does. And we have Chuck Farrer. He's arrived. I'll say hello to his beardy lovely now. I'm sorry, guys. I've had a drink, so I do apologise if I'm a bit weird.
You can't be any weirder than I am on a daily basis.
Well, it was my mum's birthday tonight, so I was forced to go out for dinner. I know it was a terrible event to be forced. And so yeah, she forced me to go out and eat a fabulous dinner, and of course then we had to have cocktails. So teensy.
Squiffy is a term I haven't heard in a while. So.
I'm terribly British, don't you know?
Yes, I haven't heard that since my days at the University of Bath. I bet you didn't know I went there.
Sorry, it just broke up just as you said. You went the University of
Bath,
and then there was a gap.
Of Bath, in
of Bath.
Beautiful Bath. What a wonderful, wonderful town that is, and I still love it. Whenever I get across the pond, I always drag my wife across the country, and we have to go to Bath, and I say, I went to college here, and she says, you are a donkey.
Bath is an extraordinarily beautiful and ancient place. The Romans built the baths, and we continue to bathe in them. Chuck, great to see you. It so happens earlier tonight, we put your map of Bakhmut up in the nest, Do you have new news about Bakhmut for us?
Ellen, I wish I did. We've gone 24 hours without an official update from the Ukrainian General Staff, and we were last left with a bit of a cliffhanger from them, and that was 24 hours ago. North of Bakhmut, along the M03 highway, is the almost now legendary town of Dobo-Vasilivka. And this was the place that the Russians attacked over the course of 2 days. They made 60 separate attacks on Dobo-Vasilivka, which were repelled. But apparently now Wagner is reporting that it has taken the city. In my 1550 UTC map today, I would give them only credit for, in military terms, having achieved a lodgment, meaning they are there in some part of the town, which I believe is probably a credible report. This, of course, is bad, but it doesn't help the Russians any that beyond Dobo-Vasilivka and Orkivo-Vasilivka, they're two twin little villages. Beyond them, in the direction the Russians want to go, is another watershed, a creek in a depression, and a line of rising terrain, hills beyond it. So they are not likely to get much farther unless they press very, very hard. There was also Ukrainians in contact in Berezovka, and that is the next town south of Dobo-Vasilivka. The Ukrainians are there. They're holding that position. Berezovka is in the vicinity of the flooded terrain that the Ukrainians were able to blow some dikes and retaining walls and flood the terrain in front of them. That has basically stalled the Russians in that area. But the next town, northern suburb of Bakhmut, Yahidny, that is the locality where the M03 and the TO513 and the railroads come together. The Russians are there in force. Continuing south into the city, of course, the Bakhmutka River going north and south through the city. The Russian line conforms to the eastern bank of the river, but in one or two places, Ukrainian forces are fighting Russians on the west bank, and that is always not good. But if you are a small Russian tactical unit, you've managed to get across the river. Primarily, I am indicating that they are making their way into the city across a series of half-destroyed pedestrian bridges. But small tactical units on the west bank are literally sort of surrounded. And it's one thing to get to a building in Bakhmut with maybe 10 magazines on you. But in a couple hours of fighting, you don't have any ammunition, you're out of water, and you're in a bad place. So the Bakhmut is holding, but the situation, I don't want to say it's deteriorating, it's still serious, and there've been no updates in the last 24 hours.
What's happening in the southwest of Bakhmut, where Ukrainian forces were attacking yesterday, the day before, and looking at an opportunity to straighten out their lines?
Yeah, that was actually something, Ukrainian achievement that sort of snuck up on me. I was up this morning looking at waiting for the 0900 update, which didn't come. So I had to cast about. I do try to triangulate. I look at all the sources, Russian
neutral, pro-Ukrainian. The Ukrainians have been, there is a little village south of Bakhmut called Klishevika. And it has been shown in most maps for quite a long time as being solidly held by the Russians. I think I've been one of the only mappers who looks at that and has asked the question. I have data that shows me Russian fire missions during the course of the day. And I kept asking the question, why would the Russians be shelling Klishevika if they own it? So I've been plotting that as a point of contact for the Ukrainian armed forces. I thought the Ukrainian forces were probably coming in from the north into Klishevika. But given this advance that has happened, the Russian lines have been pushed back. I don't know, it's looking about 2 kilometers, maybe 2.5 kilometers, a little over a mile. They've been pushed to the east around Klishevika, so I'm guessing that's the way the Ukrainians were actually getting in. But it is a good thing. They are flattening that line out. This will sort of retard the thumb of the big red mitten and push it back. But the Ukrainians are going to have to take a bit more ground in the south to relieve the pressure on Bakhmut.
As you know, Chuck, rumors fly in the middle of war, in the middle of battles. So there have been reports of Leopard tanks engaged in Bakhmut. Have you seen anything?
You know, I've seen some of that stuff too, Alan, and you know, I can neither confirm nor deny. But I would say this: if there were leopards in the vicinity, the best use they could be put to is killing enemy tanks. I think that there are adequate Ukrainian forces now around Bakhmut that they can do two things. They can blunt any Russian attempt at combined arms maneuver warfare around Bakhmut. You know, you can't really judge the situation on the ground from one of my maps. We don't, you know, the information I get up there, it's usually at least about 10 hours old, and things change very quickly. The northern sectors of the Bakhmut attempted encirclement are Wagner territory, and we've talked a lot about the skills of those combatants, Wagner combatants, or infantry skills. They're not very good. They are essentially cannon fodder, and they are delivered to the front and prodded into contact, and they basically don't have a chance. You know, they are used to get the Ukrainians to shoot at them so artillery can target Ukrainian positions. They're good as far as that goes. If you've got a convict and you want to, you know, get some use out of them, that's great. But what these guys are never going to be good for is getting into an infantry fighting vehicle, following some tanks into contact, and getting out of the infantry fighting vehicle and enveloping an objective. They're just that isn't something that they're going to be good at. It isn't going to happen. So in the northern sectors, I'm not sure that, you know, that the Russians could actually put together a thrust coming out. The Ukrainian advances in the south were a pleasant surprise. I'm very glad to see that. But you know, John Spencer and I talk about this frequently when we're on, and that is the culmination of Russian forces around Bakhmut, and that means that successes like they've had apparently at Dobo-Vasilivka, they cost in terms of men and material. You know, more than 60 attacks it's taken to advance the ball into Dobo-Vasilivka. And again, you've got a little, these aren't even villages. They're just one or two houses with a name here. And there is no open terrain in front of Novovasilivka. There's a creek to cross and hills to go up on the other side. But these units culminating, Wagner units, which aren't very good troops to begin with, exhausted from this fighting, and the Russian commanders, now they have to really worry about a Ukrainian counterstroke falling around Bakhmut. These advances around Kilshivika in the south, pretty impressive, and there's no telling how far they could get. So, this is still a place you want to watch as closely as you can, folks. And I wish I could deliver you some better news, but 24 hours without a report from the Ukrainian government.
I think this is a case where no news is good news. So I did read a report in the Kyiv Post tonight. It was quoting a Ukrainian soldier describing these Russian human wave assaults. And it was, as described, 20 or 30 Russian soldiers coming forward constantly to attack Ukrainian positions with 2 or 3 magazines per soldier. And this individual in this Ukrainian soldier said that in the last 10 days, he's probably killed 200 Russians single-handedly. But if you are advancing on a defensive line with 2 or 3 magazines for your weapon, what does that enable you to do?
Wow. An AK-47 could empty those 2 magazines in about 4.5 seconds, 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Of course, you wouldn't want to shoot on full auto the whole time, but that is 60 rounds of ammunition. And 60 sounds like, yeah, that's okay. But you look at it this way. I think what was my standard loadout was 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 magazines, 16 30-round magazines. That's what I went into fight with. So these guys are incredibly under-equipped. But when I hear someone being sent into contact with 2 magazines, the first thing I thought of was they don't even want to. They know they're not going to get these magazines back. They don't even care about. They don't care about anything with these guys. It's suicidal to send someone forward like that.
So that also pretty much confirms what Prigozhin has been complaining about, non-supply of his Wagner forces. I mean, if he is sending these Wagner troops forward with 2 or 3 magazines, I mean, that's basically going into war unprotected and without the force that you need as an infantryman to do anything. And so you and John and I talked about this the other day. It's because I cannot wrap my mind around this military doctrine that would devalue human life so much that you would send an unprotected soldier into combat. How can they keep fighting? It just boggles my mind.
Well, you'd have to segregate these guys. So there would be this separate pipeline coming from Russian prisons to some intermediate destination. But you'd have to break up this line of supply for these for these participants in these wave attacks, and you'd want to keep them separated from each other so they couldn't talk about what was going to happen to them. And you would just deliver them, in lots of maybe 100 guys at a time, and that would provide 20 guys to send forward at a time. And to make it even more obscene, these are people. Look, these are violent men, right? These are felons. These are robbers. These are violent criminals. These are rapists. But they have no idea what combat is like. They don't have any idea. And I'm sure nobody tells them, look, you're going to go up there. For example, in the last 2 days, these 60 attacks on Vasilivka. 30 of these attacks were fueled. They didn't tell the guy in attack 28, look, we've tried to hit this place, 27 times this morning, and you're going in for 28. They just open the bus doors, conduct them forward towards the line of contact, and say, you get down there to that, see those bushes down there, you get to those bushes. And that's it. That it's this micro delivery, zero information, send these guys forward, and they can't be telling them the situation or the consequences, because nobody would go. They have to control the little information they give them, which makes this whole thing more obscene, more vile, more wicked, and it's just what they're doing.
Let's go to some hands, Chuck. It's great to have you here. Thank you so much for coming up. To Doc Bites, G-Man, and then Bojar. Doc, please go ahead.
Hey, Alan Mocker, shipmate, how are you, sir?
Shipmate, good to hear your voice.
They've been complaining that my microphone quality has gone down while yours has gone up. And I told them that shit rolls downhill in the Navy. Figure out an officer is going to shit on a second-class petty officer. I mean, geez. Hey, so seriously, down to business here, because I'm not that funny. Couple of interesting pieces of information coming out that maybe both of them are propaganda. One is that Russians are taking American equipment and sending it to Iran for inspection to reverse engineer, which I don't expect they can reverse engineer much of anything, but it sounds more like that's propaganda. And then the second piece is this potential attack against Moldova. Is that fear mongering that they're doing that? Because, I mean, how stupid would that be to try to attack Moldova in the midst of what's already going on? That's what I got.
Yeah, that, it's sort of what American equipment are they capturing? They got an empty Javelin tube, maybe. So, I think we can sort of dismiss that, at least to this extent. There have been Russian surface air missile systems that have been absolutely abandoned on the battlefield. There have been Russian satellite warfare facilities, literally the complex equipment used to jam communication satellites, including equipment used to shoot high-intensity lasers at reconnaissance satellites. That sort of stuff has been captured on the battlefield, and I don't think I'm going to surprise anyone by telling them that sort of stuff has definitely been transferred to the United States and disassembled and looked at. I'm not sure the Russians are gleaning very much off the battlefield. And then you're right, Doc. I mean, what is Iran going to do to copy it? Look, there are some very smart scientists in Iran, but they can't manufacture these circuit boards, and they can't. There's just the manufacturing is just not gonna happen for them. And God, Doc, I'm so burned. What was the second question there? I'm sorry.
Reports talking about captured intelligence that Russia is going to invade Moldova.
Yeah, here's what it has to be looked at, but a predator doesn't warn you when it's going to strike, right? And I think the last thing Mr. Putin needs right now is another military entanglement. And regarding Moldova, there are, as far as I know, about 1,500 to 2,000 Russians there in Transnistria, this sort of republic they created out of whole cloth. And I'll remind the listeners and those Russian soldiers themselves, where are your supplies going to come from? You are at a landlocked position. Where are you going to get your bullets, beans, medicine, band-aids? Where's all that going to come from if you start a fight? So I don't think that's going to happen. But again, there's an information warfare success because we're examining the possibilities and talking about it. But I don't think Putin needs another engagement, and to put the Russian force in Moldova, to put that force in perspective, more Russians get killed in 3 days in Bakhmut than there are in Moldova. So good luck, gentlemen, and I hope you enjoy your stay.
So let's go on to G-Man, and then I have a question about the possible appearance of JDAMs. G-Man, go ahead.
Good evening, afternoon, Alan, afternoon, Chuck. Chuck, I wanted to ask you just your information. You were saying that there's no information from the general staff today. I'm just looking at a Facebook post from 6 hours ago. Now, it doesn't say too much, and the stuff you're getting, I'm not sure the level of detail in it. I'm suspecting it's more than what's on here. It just mentions in the Bakhmut direction, the enemy does not stop storming actions. Our defenders repel numerous attacks in the areas of Ivanovsky and Bakhmut. Enemy shelling suffered, and it lists a whole pile of settlements there. So that was just a question on, is it the posts on Facebook or is it somewhere else?
The one I go to is, let's see, it's gov.ua, and that is the official site of the Ukrainian government. And you navigate around their dashboard, and they have a defense section.
Sure.
And though that, and I recommend that to everybody. You guys, you will know 89% of what I know every day by reading that. But and reading between the lines, unfortunately, when the Ukrainians use the terminology, the enemy does not stop storming Bakhmut. I've been looking at the lines of contact, and I've been covering the war for a long time now. That is code for the enemy is advancing in Bakhmut, and I can say that with moderate to high confidence that so the urban fight's going on, and they're making a little progress, unfortunately.
Yeah, I suspected as much. The other point, just in terms of what Alan was saying about the troops going into action with 2 mags, 60 rounds of ammunition, and made me think of the scene at the start of Enemy at the Gate, where the troops are going into action. One of them's got a rifle, and the other one's got the clip of ammunition. Now, I suspect, I've read up some things in this area that probably didn't happen in World War II at Stalingrad, but it definitely happened in the Russian, in Russian forces in the First World War. That they shared, one had a rifle and the other had the weapon, or had the ammunition, because one was going to get killed, at least. I guess if you're carrying a Kalashnikov into battle and having 2 mags, it's probably equivalent to having 1 clip across in a Mossad bolt action rifle.
I would say exactly. Two magazines just absolutely isn't cutting it. And what we know about these guys being used to simply provoke Ukrainian positions to reveal themselves. I mean, that's basically it. And again, we mentioned about these convicts not having any idea about what soldiering is all about. So if you've got a guy who's been, who's a robber or a burglar or a rapist, and you give him an automatic weapon and you give him 60 bullets, he doesn't know. He thinks, I've got 60 bullets. He doesn't know he doesn't have a bloody chance on earth with 60 rounds. And he's never fired the weapon before. It's horrific.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I'm not really tempted to feel sorry for them, mind you, but yeah, still. That's all I've got for now. Cheers, thank you.
Me neither.
Thank you, Chuck.
Well, that was a great, great points, and thanks, G-Man. Good talking to you.
Yeah,
thanks,
same.
Thanks, G-Man. On to Bojar, and then thinking ethically. Bojar, go ahead, please. Bojar, can you hear us?
Hello, Chuck. Hi, everybody.
Hey, we got you.
Yeah, great. I heard a couple of days ago that the Ukrainians were experienced Russian mortar teams hitting them on H-32, but they seem to be able to push them, further back on those flanks and still be able to keep that route open. It's hard to say from where we stand, but since you have such a deep well of knowledge, when is it that you have to take the decision that this is enough is enough. We have lost enough of trucks, enough people. Never mind how many of them we are, grinding up in the city center. These losses make things unpredictable for us. That's my first question, and my second question is: I've been hearing some people say that that it's hard for Zelensky, from a political point, to not retreat, but to fall back to better defensive lines because of all the lives and all the bravery and all the lives lost and all the bravery of the Ukrainian soldiers. But isn't the bigger picture here, being able to sustain the Ukrainian state and armed forces in such a long time that the Russians at one time will be close to collapse, and then you can hit them? And what do you think about that? Thank you.
I think you've hit it on the head, really. By visiting Bakhmut, the President Zelensky invested a little bit more of the world's attention on the city. And John Spencer and I were speaking the other night about the sunk costs of Bakhmut for both sides. Look, we can predict with absolute certainty that Putin is not going to stop trying to take Bakhmut. His casualties there already are absolutely staggering. Certainly above 20,000 dead. And I've mentioned that number to other military analysts, and they think that I could be off by, or not orders of magnitude, but many multiples of that. I think, I'm sorry, I think for the Ukrainians, and I've said this before, I think one of the principal reasons they're fighting here at Bakhmut and fighting so hard is that this is the place that they can inflict the most damage on the Russian army. The Russians aren't pushing there's no other place on the battlefield where the Russians are pushing this hard and constantly pushing forward and attacking. So if you want to kill Russians, Bakhmut is the place to do it. and I can't take credit for this because it was John who brought this up the other night, saying, there are a lot of aims for a campaign in a certain place. Is this to advance your own lines of contact? Is this to take cities away from the enemy? Or are you fighting a battle here for the purposes of attritional warfare? War college term for, are you fighting here because this is the place where you can hurt the enemy? And I've got to think that that is what the Ukrainians are doing here. Because honestly, folks, Bakhmut is not the key to the rest of Ukraine. It's almost good that the Russians are fighting so hard for this place that, frankly, it doesn't matter. If the Ukrainians were pushed out of Bakhmut, it wouldn't matter. They're still left, the Russians are still left with the fact that there are two roads out of Bakhmut, and they're at 90-degree angles to each other. They don't serve each other as mutually supportive avenues of advance. You take one or the other, and unless you take one or the other, and if you go down one, you'll be defeated in detail because you will have a force advancing with no support. If you try to take both of them at the same time, the Russians are not in a position to do that. But should they try, the farther out of town you get, the farther apart these two advances get. And again, the Ukrainians will defeat them in detail. So, John and I were talking the other night, and Alan and Doc, and, what is it about Bakhmut? What is it that the Russians are so mesmerized by Bakhmut? And I think it is this. Putin hasn't taken a city in Ukraine since Severodonetsk, and that was in the early summer, a long time ago. So he is absolutely determined to take Bakhmut, although it's of no strategic value to him, and the city is essentially completely destroyed. So this is where Ukraine is fighting, and right now I think it's 98%, because this is where they can attrite Russian forces. And every Russian unit you deplete, the manpower, the equipment you destroy, these are men and material that cannot be used elsewhere on the battlefield where they could be more effective, right? Where an attack would hurt Ukraine. But here in Bakhmut, it's becoming just a shooting range for Ukrainian defenders.
Folks, we have a full speakers panel here. So if you have asked Chuck all questions you have, please drop down. We have many requests of folks to come up with speakers. And I also, we can go to thinking ethically next, and then I wonder, Chuck, do we have any news from Kremina? So thinking ethically, please go ahead.
Chuck, I just want to thank you for your commitment to this space and to your wisdom, and for teaching me finally how to read a battlefield map daily and observe the minute movements of the intricate, defense that the Ukrainians are putting up. I've been thinking very much about the idea of the qualitative versus the quantitative approach. But for me, every Ukrainian soldier who's sometimes 8 years in the battle now is a seasoned veteran who is worth the equivalent of 20 of the enemy. And I just the ratio that, and this is morbid kind of thinking, but this is a little bit of what I did when did some nuclear studies of survivability ratios. But the ratios, this quality, the loss of a quality Ukrainian soldier for future for future victory is so costly, and that this wave after wave after wave of untrained and totally ridiculously inexperienced fighters being just offered up to the Moloch, the god of killing, death, destruction, and the disregard for their lives, and the complete immorality of that, and the violation of the war criminality of that, even just in the mistreatment of his own soldiers. So, do you have any comments on, like, I just want to know that for every cherished, precious Ukrainian soldier, that there's at least that there's glory to him in terms of just the 20 to 1. Can you tell me that it's 20 to 1, that he can rest in peace knowing that he is, yeah, offered his life for at least 20 of the enemy. The second question I have was about the yeah. I get so totally irritated, and my heart just breaks for yeah, their courage, and for their intense love of freedom, so that they would be willing to even go into that hellhole. The other question I had was about the deployment of the hypersonic missile, and if it changes at all the escalation of the war, or in any way affects our thinking about providing F-16s. And thank you, Chuck, very much.
Thanks for thanks for articulating, what's in my heart as well. It's up to the Ukrainians to balance those considerations which you brought up really so eloquently. This is a question of resources, human resources in this case, and it is the local commanders who will determine when this game is no longer worth the candle. But I'd also say this: some of the responsibility for the Battle of Bakhmut rests with Western politicians who were slow to the party here to give Ukraine the weapons it needs to defend itself. Right. So after the Russians invaded in February, and it was determined, first, and I'm happy to remind everybody, I was one of the people who thought the Russians weren't going to invade. I mean, I knew there were troops on the border. I knew they were making it look real, but I could see the strategic blowback. I could see Finland joining NATO. I could predict that Sweden was going to join NATO. I could see that NATO would be revitalized. I just didn't think Putin didn't see that. I thought, look, this is a magnificent use of soft power, information, and remember, before this invasion, there were choruses of people in the West saying, Ukraine needs to negotiate. This war needs to be avoided. This would be a terrible catastrophe. Well, it has turned into a terrible catastrophe. At least not for Russia. But one of the reasons that there is this, grotesque World War I battle going on in Bakhmut is, frankly, the Ukrainians don't have the resources to stop it. And what do I mean by that? Well, America wouldn't be in a fight like Bakhmut because it wouldn't have to. It could use its artillery power, its air power, to decimate Russian nodes of command and logistics that feed their people into the Bakhmut area. And the United States, NATO, any army like that would have the maneuver warfare capability to swing around Bakhmut and drive the Russians all the way back to Popsna in the course of 72 hours. But thanks to Western, thanks to us being slow on the draw, the Ukrainians are forced to fight the Russians, in this case, on their terms, which means, fighting off 60 attacks at Dovo Vasilivka, having to make their own considerations. Is my one hardened battle veteran, is this the best use of his skills, determination, not least of all his morale, his commitment to the country? It, like this one Ukrainian soldier reported, look, I killed 200 Russians in the last 3 days. Right? Well, that tells me how horrendous this battle is. And, also for the Russians. One guy firing from a covered position at 200 targets that just keep coming and coming and coming. So I don't think there's going to be a lot more Bakhmuts in the course of the Ukrainian war. I think this is one of the last times that Ukraine is going to have to fight this kind of battle. Maneuver warfare is going to happen, and combined arms maneuver warfare. That's going to when these Ukrainian offensives happen, that is going to be the last act of this. But I agree with you. This is, if there's any good thing about the Bakhmut battle space, it is that there will be no great consequences if the Ukrainians have to retire from the city. The war is not going to turn in Russia's favor. I am predicting this: Russia, like they were at Severodonetsk, they are not going to be able to springboard off a victory in Bakhmut. They're not going to be able to go anywhere. They're not going to go up the M03 to Kravogorsk. They are not making it to Chasiv Yar. They are not going to make it to Kostyanavinka. They're not going to go anywhere. This fight is for the pile of rubble that is Bakhmut.
So, Chuck, earlier today, a speaker here, who I can't remember, but suggested that Bakhmut would fall in 36 to 48 hours. That just seems so unlikely to me as I look at your maps, as I read reports coming out of Bakhmut. I do not know exactly what the intent of the speaker was to be saying that, but it certainly doesn't look that way tonight.
Yeah, and I wish I had. One of the things I do, and to be really frank with everybody, is I weigh what the official statements of the Ukrainian government are. I have to parse, what they say, and I try to, confirm, what they say. But even the most pessimistic look at the battlefield, at least the last time I had this, confirmable information, I don't see this falling in 48 hours, and especially because of the advances that the Ukrainians made in the south. Russian commanders cannot ignore those advances. They can't. They have to reposition their own forces. The Russians too have lines of communication and supply that they have to protect. And again, the Russians, if they are not worried about it, it will be to their peril. But the Ukrainians have reinforcements in the area, and it is impossible that it's not impossible that the Ukrainians could launch a combined arms offensive to bypass Bakhmut. And you think about what the Russians are fighting for right now, right? They're fighting for downtown Bakhmut. The victory in a battle is very seldom found in a city center, right? That isn't it. Fighting doorknob to doorknob, house to house, floor to floor, intersection to intersection that isn't how wars are won. It's not even how battles are won. The Battle of Bakhmut is going to be won, and think about what the Russians are trying to do. You go around the city. That's why they attacked 60 times at Dovo-Vasilivka. You go around the city. The problem that the Russians have is there are probably sufficient Ukrainian forces in the Bakhmut area of operations that it's going to be the Ukrainians who go around the city. Okay? I'm not predicting a combined arms Ukrainian counterattack, but no Russian commander in Bakhmut can rule out that possibility. And that changes the way the Russians are going to fight, right? They have to keep something in reserve. They just have to do it. But the Russians constantly astound me with the things they do, and I can't figure out why they do them either.
So we have a couple more hands, Chuck. Jens and Chris, please go ahead.
Okay. The hypersonic.
Okay, so Thinking Ethically had asked about the Kinzhal hypersonic missiles. Is this an escalation? How does it change the situation in Ukraine?
Absolutely. I've got to make notes here. There is the Kenzal is definitely a munition that travels in part of its flight path in a hypersonic. It qualifies as a hypersonic missile, but it is not the aerospace boogeyman that the U.S. fears, and that would be a ramjet or scramjet powered munition with flight surfaces that can maneuver in hypersonic flight regimes, flying around American air defense. I call them mushrooms because the area that they can attack is that an air defense system can engage is rather mushroom shaped instead of spherically shaped. The Kinzhal is not that. The Kinzhal is sort of the Walmart of hypersonic weapons. The Kinzhal is essentially an Iskander short-range ballistic missile configured to be dropped from an aircraft. It separates from the aircraft. It fires a rocket booster. It climbs into the area that is somewhere above the stratosphere and below low orbit. It goes up to an apogee of 600,000 feet, and it turns earthward. So it is, and in its dive, it travels at Mach 12, pretty respectable. But a lot of things happen at Mach 12. The weapon itself becomes so hot that you can track it by satellite. The other thing is, whenever that weapon tries to maneuver at Mach 12, it shortens its range, and it cannot maneuver sharply. It's only capable of flight changes that are measured in tens of degrees, because anything moving that fast is traveling. Its flight surfaces cannot engage. It's getting so hot, and if it maneuvers quickly, it'll break apart. The other thing is the Kinzhal can only be deployed right now from two types of Russian aircraft, and neither one of them they have in great supply. One is the MiG-31 Foxhound, which is essentially a 50-year-old airframe with new avionics, formerly the MiG-25 Foxbat, and the other one is the Tu-22, which is a supersonic strategic bomber. It's kind of long in the tooth as well. And the Kinzhal is as still kind of an exotic weapon, right? The Russians don't have a lot of them. So we'll have to see how many Kinzhals they are willing to use in the battle space. The other thing, the Kinzhal is delivering 1,500 pounds of TNT equivalent. And as usual, the Russians are shooting them at Ukrainian population centers. And frankly, we don't know how accurate the Kinzhal actually is. It was advertised as a carrier killer. That would imply that it's fairly accurate, but we don't know. So right now, the Kenzal is maybe more of a success in the informational world than it is on the battlefield, but we're going to have to see. And thank you for reminding me. I did forget that question.
Thank you, thinking ethically. And as Chuck points out, the Russians are aiming Kinzhal missiles and every kind of missile at civilian targets. They're not being aimed at military targets. Why are they doing that? It's because they are losing the war in the battlefield. So all they can do is continue this terror assault on Ukrainian cities. It's not working. It hasn't worked. It won't work. So we have a few more hands. We have Chris, Jens, and Jorn. Chris, go ahead, please.
Hey, thanks, Chuck. Two questions. One was on a different group earlier and listening to an expert. But my first question would be just basically where is Russia going to get the manpower to continue or keep this up, the strategy that they're using? They're going to prisons right now. They're going to psych wards. It sounds like they're picking. They're at the bottom of the barrel, as you say. So I just don't know where else they're going to continue to supply their army if they're going through men and women the way they are. And the other question is, and something this expert on the other channel mentioned, is that the threat that if Russia took over Ukraine, they'd be a lot closer to NATO. They'd be buttoned up to Poland and Romania, and I think that's right. Bad on my geography, but it would pose a big issue for NATO in that sense. And so I also hear about Belarus talking about that they have the fears. Now I know they're somewhat allied with Russia, but there's also this feeling, I guess, from the public there, that they could be next, so to speak. I mean, I've heard that many a times, they could be next. So I guess I'm just curious, and of course, if Belarus was more heavily influenced or taken over by Russia, and I know this is a bit of speculation, that also poses this problem where they're now a lot closer to NATO borders, and that poses another threat. So I just wonder if isn't that a possible quagmire that we could be getting ourselves into, and how does that look? How does that play out in your mind? I mean, do we back Belarus? Are they capable of defending themselves against Russia? The government would ease all over, but could the people? So I'm just trying to play that in my head. If that's somehow, if that's the way this turns, if that makes any sense. Sorry to be long-winded there.
No, it's a good, really good points. I'd say this: Ukraine is Russia's quagmire, and this was a special military operation. It was supposed to go 72 hours. We're now in our second year of the full-blown war, which this is a conflict that's been going on since 2014. Which Russia started, and looks like they're going to have a hard time finishing it. Regarding Belarus, we have a tin pot tyrant who held an election, didn't like the results, accused everyone who ran against him of treason. Everyone who wasn't smart enough to leave the country is in prison. And Lukashenko himself is walking the tightrope over the tiger cage. I think Lukashenko, he's a cunning man. I think he's smart enough to realize that he will be president for life of Belarus as long as Putin finds him useful. And as soon as Putin doesn't find him useful, there will be a new buffoon in a military uniform who is in charge of Belarus. Lukashenko has masterfully played Putin, uh, using his own weakness as a card. And the weakness is that, of course, Putin wants Belarus to come into the conflict. Lukashenko is probably smart enough to figure out his army may or may not obey orders to enter Ukraine. They're probably not only are they probably not going to do it, but they are very likely to cross the frontier and turn right around and wage war on Lukashenko. So he's literally got an army that he doesn't really know if he wants to give them real bullets or not. The other thing that Mr. Putin wants to avoid, and Putin definitely is smart enough to figure this out, Putin doesn't want to force Belarus into the war and find out that a civil war happens in Belarus. And if not a civil war, just even major political instability, because that's not going to help Putin, because Belarus is one of his only allies. The last thing I'll say is about the mobilization. I saw some pictures from a Russian airport in Moscow the other day with a couple thousand people, military-aged men who found reasons to leave the country over the last couple days. I think Putin is going to launch another big mobilization. I think it's going to be multi-hundreds of thousands of people. But Russia's ability to turn civilians into soldiers, it just isn't very good. And Putin and his generals are gonna they are discovering, but it's taking them a long time to discover, that if you deliver untrained people into combat, you're not going to achieve your military aims. It just isn't going to happen. They are going to take evidence to the contrary here with the Wagner, Wagner making advances in the north of Bakhmut. But I'd like everyone to remember what I said about how that could happen. You separate these people who have no military training, who don't know what a military operation looks like. You serve them up into very small units, deliver them piecemeal to the battlefield, and you ground them up. If you have an organized military unit along military lines, it's harder to pull that stuff on trained soldiers. They're not going to do it. And am I talking out of my hat? Well, you can ask the commanders of the 155th Naval Infantry Brigade in Vuhledar. They had 2 days where they lost 30 tanks and 120 infantry fighting vehicles. On the third day, those Marines told their bosses they're not doing it anymore. And, these are the problems that face Putin. He's got almost unlimited manpower, but he can't make soldiers. And he doesn't have the kind of commanders that can achieve his military goals, I think.
And when Chuck says these Russian recruits are delivered piecemeal to the battlefield, go back in history and think about how American forces were delivered to North Africa, fully equipped, fully trained, in the tens of thousands. But why did they begin their fight in North Africa? Because they had never fought Nazi forces. And there was agreement that Americans had to learn how to fight and how to defeat the single most trained, efficient army in the world at that time. But Americans were delivered in the tens and tens and tens of thousands on troop transports to North Africa, all the way across the Atlantic. Meanwhile, what can Putin do in Ukraine? Deliver 1,000 Mobics here, 1,000 Mobics there. They're lost behind the front lines. They can't find their units they've been assigned to. And when they do find them, they probably have only a few more hours to live in their lives. So I just want to go on to Jens, Jorn, and Bloke.
Can I just just to wrap my to what you were just saying there, Alan? Quickly,
Yeah.
it's that you got Russia or Putin, suggesting you're going into Ukraine. to protect Russians and Russian-speaking citizens who are being oppressed in other countries, and yet look how he treats his own soldiers or his own people by sending them into the meat grinder. So yeah, it's just glaringly polar opposite from what he's saying and what he's doing. So anyways, thanks for your time, guys. Thanks for being here, Chuck. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Jens, Jorn, and Bloke. Jens.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I just thought that if Bakhmut more or less is reduced just to a name on a map, and Russia is fixated on that map, it seems to me that it serves a purpose to hold the map for Ukraine. If they are able to fixate Russia simply for a pile of rubble, I think that seems like, if you're able to control your enemy, that seems like a very good proposition, or a good thing. And when you hear a guy having killed 200 Russians, that seems like a good exchange rate. So while Ukraine is lining up their tanks for the next counteroffensive, it just seems like a very good deal to be able to control Russia's attention at a pile of rubble, and that obviously the Ukrainians defending that is it's a tall order, but at least Zelensky has visited the flashpoint and said, "I will go visit you when you are fulfilling this demanding task." But to me, it just seems like it's worth denying Russia these letters on the map if you are able to control the situation. It's just in Bakhmut, there's not many surprises. It's just the Russians coming down the same road. That was my point.
No, it's very important observations, and there's one more thing to point out. And look, the Russians are absolutely fixated on Bakhmut, and the good thing is the Russians are not fixated on some other avenue of attack that might actually have consequences, have real strategic consequences in this war. And again, that Putin has a weakness as a leader, as a commander in chief, and that is no one tells him the truth. Nobody tells him the truth. Putin wants Bakhmut, and he has the kind of generals that are going to give it to him, quite literally, no matter what it costs. No one can say to Putin, "Hey, look, boss, I've got a regiment of airborne troops. They're very well trained. Here they are in the south of Bakhmut, but we're getting crushed by the Ukrainians." Putin doesn't care, and no general can say to him, "Look, boss, we've lost more than 20,000 people trying to take Bakhmut, and boss, I just want to remind you that if we take it, we're going to be too exhausted to move on. And by the way, the M03 goes up one direction and the H32 is at a 90-degree angle. And neither one of them, together or separately, are going to be an effective line of advance further into Ukraine." I just told you something that would get me thrown off a balcony in Moscow. Nobody tells him that. And because he's one of the great military minds of history, because he can't look in the mirror and tell himself, "Look, I don't have a day of military training. I don't know a damn thing about it. I don't know the first thing about being a soldier, but I'm smarter than all my generals put together. And I'm willing to play Prigozhin, a common criminal that I exploited in my rise to power. He runs a private military corporation that is going to feed prisoners into this. It's crazy. It's crazy. And as awful as this battle is, it gives me hope that the kind of people who conduct this sort of operation can never turn their operation around and start taking Ukrainian territory. They can't do it. And these sorts of forces, exhausted as they are, they won't be able to sustain a Ukrainian counterattack in the glorious moment that happens. These guys are not going to be able to react to it.
If I were Vladimir Putin looking in the mirror, I'd say one thing. The crack is not in the mirror, it's in you.
I think from my perspective, it's an asymmetric war in the sense that the value of life is different. So a Russian general might say, oh, if I can kill one Ukrainian, I'm willing to sacrifice 10 soldiers. But if it cost him 200 soldiers, then suddenly, I mean, they'll have to start recruiting Girl Scouts soon.
I don't think they have Girl Scouts in Russia, Jens, but I think you're right. We should move on to Jorn and Bloke. Jorn.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to build on what Jens said because there was a Ukrainian source cited earlier today that said that the kill ratio in Bakhmut was 1 to 7. And that worries me a bit because, well, seen from the psychotic view of the deranged Russian commander, like Jens said, if you send 7 guys that had, if we're generous, a month of training each, probably a lot less, and they managed to kill one Ukrainian that has had a lot of training, maybe a year worth of training and experience, then from the Russian perspective, that could make sense. That's a level of attrition that they could live with. And is there anything that the Ukrainians can do short term, anything short of a counterattack that could change that math? Could they use Bradleys in defense, for example, or is that purely more an offensive tool? And I'm just looking for them to be able to do something to bump that to 20 to 1, which is a much better number in my view. Thanks.
Well, again, I can lay some of this at the feet of Western political leaders, because there wouldn't be a Bakhmut-like fight if Ukraine had the ready means to use combined arms warfare and make Bakhmut as irrelevant as it is, the urban area of Bakhmut. Regarding the, John said this the other night. I agree with him. I've never been a kill ratio guy myself, because it first of all, it goes counter to my own thinking. And Jens said this as well. The Russians don't. A Russian general will never think that massive casualties on his side is a measure of failure for him, right? He just doesn't think that. But I'd say this: it's actually the Russians who are losing here, and here is why. Even with taking making the advances they have, it's Russia that doesn't have the ability to reproduce soldiers, and they've already reached that, in my estimation, this kind of death spiral, in that the soldiers they're delivering to the battle space now are woefully undertrained. And in the case of the Wagner troops, they are wholly untrained, completely untrained. Putin's going to have this mobilization because he needs it. He doesn't want to do it. It's going to be politically unpopular, but he's going to have to do it. But Russia has shown that it doesn't have the training infrastructure in place. It doesn't even have trainers that they can take away from the battlefield and set up these depots. Okay, that's one part of the death spiral in the training loop. Here's the other thing. Putin doesn't have the time. Putin wants these guys on the battlefield next week. He's proven that he's willing to do that. You can get taken off a Moscow subway train and a week later find yourself in Ukraine. John and I have said, and Alan and Doc, they've commented as well. It takes a year to get a guy, and I'm talking about a private first class or a private. It takes a year to get that guy through boot camp and infantry training. 1 year. Then he's an FNG new guy, right, with no battle experience. And chances are, let's say we really want to just deliver decent people to the battlefield. We're looking at 2 years. 2 years basic training, infantry training, and then a year of workups, right? A year of going to big exercises, specialist weapons training, and let's not even say specialist. Look, how do you use a mortar? How do you use a machine gun? Not just how do you use it. I mean, there's ways to employ it. There's manners in which grazing fires, etc. And those are just infantry guys, just grunts, right? Just the consumable product of a Russian soldier. We're talking multiple years if you want to train a guy to man a Tor anti-aircraft missile battery. You want to teach a guy how to use an electronic warfare thing. You want to teach a guy how to operate an Orlan 10 UAV. How about artillerists? How about tank drivers, loaders? How about medics, artillerymen? You can see on and on and on. Russia's already in the phase now that I don't think they're ever going to be able to catch up. And next spring, and we talk about those Bradleys, they can absolutely be used in defense. And what's so important about the Bradleys and the higher tier armor that Ukraine is going to get? To me, it's not so much their mobility, it's not so much their guns, it's not so much even their numbers. What's so important to me are their sensors and their ability to manage data on the battlefield. And when you can shoot, move, and communicate better than your enemy, you're always going to win. And next spring, or this spring, it's spring now, those under-trained Russian troops are going to be in contact with a very well-trained Ukrainian army who can see them before the Russians can see advancing Ukrainians, who have better motivation at the individual squad level and up. And I just think Russia is going to be in trouble, because whatever they lose on the battlefield in terms of men, they're going to replace with an increasingly deficient product. And on the 21st century battlefield, look, you don't get off a Greyhound bus, pick up a rifle, and go into battle. That may have worked back in the American Revolution, but it isn't going to work now.
Jorn, do you have a follow-up?
Only that this is what it seems that they don't have that ambition anymore. They don't have the ambition to train those troops. They just pick them off the street, give them a rifle, send them in. Good luck. If we do better than 10-1, they seem fine with it. So let's. When Biden then says that they don't need F-16s, that provokes me, because that would bump that number up quite a bit.
Well, I listen, I agree with you. Ukraine needs everything, and they need everything. And I think there's a lot of politics involved in what politicians of all stripes say. And I think Ukraine can't get this stuff quick enough, but I think at least now they're going to start getting some of what they need. But But again, I mean, you guys hear me say it all the time. The time to have opened the taps was last February, right? Last March. So I'm with you. I mean, Ukraine needs everything. This is an important fight, and let's give them what they need.
And they could really use cluster bombs. So we'll go to Bloke and then John. Bloke, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Really like the question from Jorn and Chuck's response, and I wanted to expand on that a little bit because, you know, there's a couple of dimensions to Bakhmut. You know, there's definitely the military dimension, but there's also a dimension of time and politics, right? And I just found it fascinating, and we'll never know until the books are written, but that Zelensky visited Bakhmut and took the Bakhmut battle flag to the US Congress, lobbying for air defense and more artillery and tanks. Now, look what has been accomplished politically since he did that. All those things are being delivered. Now, if could you imagine if Zelensky was actually trolling Putin and by bringing that battle flag to Congress? Because the dimension that the Ukrainians need is time to get those heavy weapons deliveries, time to train the troops. You know, the Russian troops will be FNGs, almost all of them, by the time Ukraine is ready, and at least they'll have people who have been through basic, right? But that required time, weeks and months, right? And so the way I look at this is that if you wanted to fix the Russians, there's no better opportunity to fix them than in Bakhmut. It's like Severodonetsk. It's you know, an urban combat that speaks to all their disadvantages. It reduces their armor advantages, reduces some of their artillery advantages, and allows the Ukrainians to defend with light infantry. So if you wanted to fix the Russians, well, provoke them politically, have them do the infighting between Wagner and have Wagner bicker with the regular army over resources. And I think the big story was Volodar, right? Because that was regular army and they got their asses kicked. So I think that right now we're seeing a schism between Wagner and the rest of the army. They are fighting over resources, right? And so what this gives the Ukrainians is time, right? And what I think is that the Leo 2s, there have been reports of sightings of Leo 2s around Bakhmut. I don't think those are there for the defense of Bakhmut. I think those are there in reserve to possibly wear the Russians down and encircle, because even if they take Bakhmut now, the Ukrainians will have, if you look at the topographical map, they'll have increasing advantages in terms of height, right? And it's possible, just pure speculation, I'm just making stuff up in my head, you know, like I have no idea if it makes any sense at all, that they're buying time to do an encirclement or a counterattack. And that's what I think is so interesting about Bakhmut. I mean, it's a tragedy, and you're absolutely right. It took Western politicians far too long to wake up, going back to 2014. But at least they're waking up now, and it's possible that the Ukrainians could be getting ready and to do a Muhammad Ali move and just hit them after they're exhausted. And I was just wondering what you think of that, Chuck. If politically, as distasteful as it may be, you may have to want to force the Russians politically to do something that is essentially a fixing operation. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't disagree with anything you said at all. I I think we've talked before about if you know on the battlefield that your enemy is compelled to do something, compelled to go from point A to B, ordered by their government to go from A to B, forced by you to go from A to B. If you know what the enemy is going to do, you have divined the enemy's intention, and then it is on you to make something out of that. And I've said this before too. It is actually a good thing that the Russians are so infatuated with Bakhmut. It is a good thing that they've decided to fight to the death over this scrap of a city that isn't going to advance their military objectives one iota. Bakhmut is not even the gateway to Chasiv Yar. There is incredibly difficult terrain between Bakhmut and Chasiv Yar. So it's a good thing that the Russians are fighting here. And I just, I agree with you. By fighting in Bakhmut, Ukraine is essentially buying time to get those Bradleys into position and to work those forces up, right? To form those new units, which is apparently what they're doing, and to train them and to exercise them on a very large scale, and make sure that those units can perform everything you're going to need them to do on the day. And not just those units, you can make sure that they are interoperable with all the other supporting arms that are going to, by necessity, work with them to make maneuver warfare blossom against the Russians. And we've talked about this. There's only one reason that the Russians are fighting in Bakhmut. Putin needs to take a city. He needs it. He hasn't taken one since Severodonetsk, and that cost him. It was a bloody fight. It cost him. This has cost him more. And it was John Spencer who pointed out it's a sunk cost, right? It's mostly Putin who thinks, look, I've expended so many people, I've got to have this city to show for it. I hope that isn't a consideration for the Ukrainian forces. I think it's hard for it not to be, but we have an understandable and rational situation on the Ukrainian side. In President Zelensky, you have got a commander-in-chief who listens to his generals, and Zelensky has said before, that's the way a commander-in-chief should. That come from the civilians, folks, to lead civilian commander-in-chief. As a professional military officer, look, it's the guys in the neckties that make the decisions. It's the military that will execute on the civilian orders. But in a time of war and in an existential crisis like this, if you want to be a good commander-in-chief, it wouldn't hurt to read the biography of Abraham Lincoln, right? Lincoln was in charge, but he listened to his generals, and he wasn't afraid to fire a general who wasn't delivering the product. And Zelensky has shown himself to be that kind of leader. But I think you've made a very astute observation here. Bakhmut, and again, let's see how the books are written. Bakhmut is, the Russians are wittingly or unwittingly providing the Ukrainians time by focusing on an inconsequential city that isn't going to do them much good. And the Ukrainians are engaged here to the hilt because this is a place they can attrite Russian manpower and they can affect Russian material readiness.
Bloke, do you have a follow-up?
No, just that it's fascinating, and maybe one follow up, Chuck. Do you see any maneuvers of encirclement? Doing sort of a Manstein thing and then circling, Wagner. Is that possible? Looking at a map, I'm just not able to do that.
Yeah, I think it's possible, but it's a question of resources. And I'm not sure the Ukrainians are able or willing uh, to do that yet. But I will make this bold prediction. The Ukrainians may not be willing to do that yet, but I'm increasingly convinced that the Russians cannot do that. And I say that for a couple of reasons. The Russians have the equipment and the manpower to do just what I'm saying, to put it together and storm across the M03 highway and converge somewhere behind Chasiv Yar. They've got the vehicles and they've got the bodies. Here's what the Russians lack. They lack the military leadership. They lack the bandwidth at the command level. They lack the ability to put the logistics into place. They lack the ability to coordinate the supporting arms that would support this kind of big maneuver. And the most important thing that the Russians lack is they cannot surprise the Ukrainians with this sort of operation. The Ukrainians will know it's coming. And the fact that the Russians cannot concentrate forces and cannot launch surprise operations against the Ukrainians, that's the war winner, folks. That's why these Russian operations, they won't, and increasingly they cannot succeed.
And just to top it all off, I find the infighting between Prigozhin and Shoigu hilarious, and that's really come to a head right now. And it wouldn't be surprising because the prize for Prigozhin is Bakhmut, right? But he's arguing over scarce resources that Shoigu would like to have, doing something, if assuming that, well, he doesn't even have much military experience, but well, Gerasimov doesn't, but he apparently does, where it could be spent more productively. So the infighting is just fascinating. To top it all off, I mean, if I really want to read the book after this is over and see if this was all a setup, because it would be brilliant if it was.
Well, the other thing is Prigozhin must have some cojones of granite, or he must be invincibly stupid, because he is going to outlive his usefulness. And I don't know how he thinks that dissing the Minister of Defense in public is going to get him the things he needs to do his job. He's complaining. First, he was complaining, I'm not getting ammunition. Then he complained about something else. And his latest little bout was, now no one will answer the phone for me. I feel like, really? You didn't see that coming? So if I were Prigozhin, I don't think I'd go back to visit my supermodel girlfriend in Moscow, because he's going to join the Moscow City Skydiving Club, and he'll do that as soon as he outlives his usefulness of Putin.
Chuck makes a good point. Looking back to Abraham Lincoln, firing general after general after general until he found the generals that could wage and win the war. Ulysses S. Grant, William Tecumseh Sherman. Well, Putin has also fired general after general after general. And then he has rehired some of those generals, put them back into positions of command, and they're doing no better today than the day Putin fired him. So that also tells you there is no depth of knowledge in the Russian military command. He can't find anyone who knows how to wage this war. He can't find anyone. So we're going to go to John, back to Jens, and then on to Guido. John, go ahead, please.
Hey, thanks. Kind of related to your point there about the generals. As it relates to the long running battle in Bakhmut, I mean,